All right, I'm here. Suppose I need to change the mirror effect on this because it feels very strange. Can you guys hear me? I can't tell. Sweet. Does it sound good or is it crappy? Good. Feels very strange. So I have moved to my office from where I was recording from and hooked up to a monitor so I can use double screens. So this should be fun. I guess I need to figure out how to send out the invite to this StreamYard. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like there's a decent delay, so. Okay. Let's see, I'm just going to put this in. There's the StreamYard link. I don't think I even have my StreamYard set up to take donations or anything yet, so it'll just be for chit-chatting and stuff. But I figured this is a good way to get to know the community and start my YouTube going. Sweet, Doom. Sounds good. All right. I don't even know how I'll know when somebody's in the waiting room or anything, actually. Do we, let's see. Somebody should hit the join so I can see if they're somebody's in. I basically figured this way I can get to know some of the people more closely from our little breakfast club community, and it'd be fun to chit chat and see what people want to know about me, or talk about news, talk about the panels we've all been on or seen. Be for fun. W Breakfast Club. That's right. That's right. That, and I suppose we should probably settle on a name for my little community since we all have our little monikers. That'd be for fun. We could be the Hatters. I am liking my new laptop a lot, actually. I had a nice Alien one, Alienware one, that I was using for gaming and everything for several years, and it was an amazing laptop. But my son needed one for school, and I had quit all the games that I play, so I ended up giving it to him, not thinking I was going to actually get into YouTubing. And the more that I started chatting and going into panels and stuff, I got kind of excited, and I just got drawn in more and more until I decided I'm going to go for it. I'm just going to do it. And my wife and I were driving home the other day, and she's like, well, you're going to need a laptop if you're going to do any editing, if you're going to do any video creation, you've got to have it. And you can't just live stream on a phone all the time. So I was like, all right, cool. And she's like, okay, we'll stop at Best Buy. And I'm like, well, I don't really want to fork out money for a new computer right this minute. And she's like, you need it. And drug me in there, and we found a decent one. And sure enough, we just bought it. And here we are. So, wife. Yes. I'm glad that we did too, because I've been meaning to start streaming for a very long time, and I just kind of kept pushing it off, thinking, well, I don't know if it's for me. I don't know if anybody wants to hear me, all of that. And then that's what led to the panel jump. Like, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to jump on this panel and see how I do, see how people take me. And then I ended up on VK after Tomato, and that was a blast. And I've been going ever since. So I figured if I'm going to be on there, I might as well have a voice in general on YouTube. So yeah. Right. Mary Todd. So there is definitely a decent delay. I don't know what the delay is, but I'll just have to counter or remember that it's there. Let's see. Wondering if I should pin the StreamYard link to the chat or not. I don't know. Did Chris end yet, or is he still going? I can't look at my phone and see, actually. Looks like he's still going. Maybe. Yeah, I figured it would be inevitable. I just wondered if it's adjustable in any way. And even then, I guess there's a wisdom to having it delayed, obviously. But yeah. I suppose. What should we talk about tonight? That's the fun, isn't it? I did not share the live on Discord, actually. If somebody wants to share them for me real quick, that'd be freaking amazing, actually. Maybe in Chris's and wherever else. I forgot. See, it was almost heat of the moment because I wasn't even sure that I was going to do this today specifically. Then I was talking to Doom, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just go for it. If we're going to go for it, let's go. So. Oh, man. I suppose. I think I'm going to keep doing debates. That's going to be for fun. And I want to hone that sharpen myself, iron sharpens iron. I have been on VK, yes. Yes, I'm actually a VK champion. So funny because I think I'd only done it once or twice before that. and won a championship. So that's pretty awesome. This last one, I thought Chase had it in the bag most of the night, and then for part of it, I thought, man, I am gonna win. I can pull this out. And then I got that 2v2 with with Fredo and freaking Easy as my opponents and Bunkin as my ally. And holy smokes, that I thought I had that argument in the bag. I really did, but you know, it didn't turn out that way. So, in fact, I think Bumpkin actually ended up with a higher score than me, which blew me away because he was quiet most of that debate on that 2v2. So, you live and you learn, you know? Such is life. I might have to upgrade StreamYard too. I don't know. I don't want to pay for it, but it'd be nice to have higher quality video. And it would be nicer to be able to have more people on stream and do a bunch of things you can't do on the free version. Yeah, Chase is pretty good debater. He's loud and he's assertive, and on top of that, he can weave through arguments quite well. So, yeah. Yeah, I think Gorilla Biscuits that they still have that debate club over at the Crucible, and I think that I may do that actually because that'd be a lot of fun. I think it'd be great practice. I do worry that like putting yourself out there into specifically the Crucible community might get you torn up real quick. And I would imagine that there's some compassion, but I would worry just a little bit. Yeah, I think I'll have to do that. So it would be a lot of fun. Plus, that community specifically is one of the things that kind of prompted me watching some Andrew videos and Jim Bob and others because I'm in both of their discords, but watching their videos specifically is what led me to want to speak out more, and then also to get into some of those arguments, debates, because sometimes I'll watch them and I'm like, this perspective is jacked up. I really don't think that they're arguing that well, and then from the outside, obviously, because when you're in the heat of it, it's a little different. You don't necessarily feel like what you would do in the position, right? So like if you're arguing a position and you're in the heat of that argument, it's a little harder to think clearly. But often I watch these debates, not with Andrew and Jim Bob, but like off the fly ones, right? Like the tomato and others, and I'm like, holy crap, why did you go there with that argument? That was a sidestep of your own argument. You lost your point, and now you're circling back around to trap yourself in your own argument. And it blew me away. And I'm like, okay, if I've got a mind sharp enough to do it, I should do it. I feel like I'm slow speaking most of the time, but I'm also just a very calm person by my nature. Most of you know that like I'm a vet and I've been in combat and all of these things. So for me, most daily things are very low key. There's not anything that's super over stressful to me. So I think that helps with my mind keeping a clear path, generally speaking, even in the heat of an argument, because it's not that serious. It's just not, you know. Yeah, I think that it's an asset for sure, and so I intend to just continue doing it and getting better at things that are going on in the world. possibly the debates that are going on that we see. I mean, most of us in this circle, this community, we all kind of watch the same channels and communicate with each other. And the more that we also talk about these things outside of those debates, I think the sharper we get. But then when we can also debate on those topics and find paths through those topics that were not explored before, we can literally hone those arguments to a point where they're locked tight. You know, there's straight through, no issue. And also we can combat the counter arguments that get presented. For instance, this last debate of Cooley on the tomato blew me away, because the position is not the easiest position, right? But the truth of the matter is that he should have been able to drive home certain points. And instead of doing that, what he did was he took a really weird, meandering, aimless pace through randomness. And it kind of blew me away, because he circled himself a couple times and kept leaving openings for her to trap him with whataboutisms and all kinds of other things. And then when it went to her, that's exactly what she did. She just kept on hitting the what about. And it was like, dear Lord, you screwed the pooch on this one, guy. No offense, but like, I've seen his content, and I'm not anti his content, but like, dude, you could have articulated those arguments so much better. And if you'd used precise semantics, you could have blown her away right off the bat. And then when you continued to argue your points, you did a poor job of even then. So it's like, I understand you're in the hot seat and you're in that position, but like, wow, man, you screwed the pooch on that. So, yeah. How's it going, Curse? Okay, let's see. I'm going to throw this link out again, I think. We'll see. There we go. Keep in mind, this is me starting this fresh. I don't know how StreamYard works all the way. I'm still learning it. So if you jump in, give me a moment to figure out what I'm doing. I'm going to try and get this all going. Oh, okay. Backstage. Hold on. Let's see here. I don't even know where the backstage is. Oh, there you are. I see you. Okay, let's do this.
Ding, 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 ding. He found the button. Good job, Abe.
How's it going, man?
Oh, I simply exist. I just threw the ghost ship out into the ocean, went through the horizon, turned the ship upside down, and came back and docked, bro.
Man, that sounds a lot like Treasure Planet stuff there.
I get that expression from Pirates of the Caribbean whenever Davy Jones flips, whenever they learn that you have to flip the ship over in order to go to the next place where they're trying to go. That's kind of where I get that expression from.
Welcome, Bourgeois Beatnik. All right. So, yeah, what do you think? I mean, I know you talked to Jess about that same topic already, but I think that good, precise argumentation is needed. And if you screw the pooch, you literally set back an entire part of your, I don't know, in-group, your beliefs, all the people that are in that group.
I'll try to censor myself because I see your language is trying to stay PG. But it's difficult whenever you're in Olympic-sized feces pool and you're swimming around and you can't even get your head above it. It's very difficult to actually have a coherent argument about to jump ship again. It's very difficult to have a cohesive debate or argument about opinionated things. Because all you're going to hear is opinions behind it. You have to debate something that can be validated, yay or nay, and then you sit down and discuss the morality behind the yay or nay is what I'd understand debates as. Because if we sit here and we debate that 2 + 2 = 4, do people actually know what 2 is in order to create the 2 to make the additional 2 to create the 4? These are legitimately what I'm trying, as an example. We're just putting
Yeah,
that
no,
out
that's
there
fair.
as an
That's perfectly
understanding.
fair. Yeah, because if you don't even understand the base parts of what you're arguing, then you can't even put together the puzzle.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I'll spit out some of our little bit of our conversation we had about P&P last night. There is a big discernment between it, and you can say the words if you want. Like you said, like I said, I noticed you're being PG, so I just said P versus P, and there's actually a line there. And the simple way to put it is, all squares are rectangles, but not every rectangle is a square.
So for me, the distinction for this is important, but also unimportant. So if we're going to push specifically the wronghood of an idea, it makes sense to over categorize the smaller wrong in order to keep all the wrongs in that category of wrong. And I understand why that happens. And I do understand a distinction between physical versus digital. That's also an important distinction. However, if we want to go to the bare bones of it and go straight into like ideology based, what happens is you realize it doesn't really matter in the end if it's the mind of one in a sexual act with the mind of another for financial gain. And so that part is what the spirit of that is, that you're creating corrosion to the spirit of one or both partners for money. And so I understand where that distinction is lost, but I do agree with you that there is a difference, however minor.
But the filmology part behind it, the ones who are actually up in statue with big studios, are actually forced to do certain things, such as you're at your job. If you don't show up proper dress attire, you're out. If you don't show up with the proper paperwork, you're not allowed to be in this show.
True.
And that's what I'm putting on the table here. It's like there is a line, no matter how obscure it may be, there's differences between them.
There is. I won't disregard that there are differences, and that's absolutely true. But you can understand why somebody who is arguing against this would need to stand on the principle that they're the same thing, because in essence the effects of them are the same when it comes to mind and spirit. Maybe not physical, right? Because there's not PTS or not PTSD, STDs being swapped between a screen, but in essence, the spirits of the people are being affected the same way.
And I agree with the argument, yet with the point behind the lesser of two evils, they're both still evil. To add to
That's
your point.
true. That's true. That's why the grouping happens of there's no difference. Well, yes, we can see there's minor differences, but the problem is if we concede to the minor differences, then it gives wiggle room to say this isn't wrong. Well, no, it's still wrong, and it's equally wrong from that perspective.
And that goes back to my hypothetical argument for understanding. If one side thinks the sky is yellow and you can disprove that the sky is yellow, that means that they have to rethink and reevaluate everything that they know to be true.
Ooh,
What's up, Kat?
Strange Rave.
Everybody
Thank you,
scatter and
Strange.
hide.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Hi, everybody. Beaver and Chris and Kat and K2 and LD, Bree, Bintalk. Holy smokes. Thank you guys for jumping in. I have an open link. I'm just basically chatting and going through ideas and kind of letting everybody know who I am and what I'm about, and maybe just BS and talk about fun stuff. Whatever you want to
A
do.
little bit of a tip there, Abe. Next time you do share the StreamYard link or someone shares the StreamYard link, you, as the host of the show, have the ability to click on the three dots next to it and say pin message, and it'll
Yeah,
always be at the top.
I could do that. You're right. I could. Maybe
I
I
was
should.
just letting you know if you was interested in having that idea.
Well, we can pin it to the top for now and see how it goes. If anybody wants to
Well,
come up and chit
Doom
chat.
got Doom got you. If you can probably pin that one.
Yep, there we go. Got her. Okay. So, and I agree with you. I understand a basic understanding of the base pairs of the concept must be first understood for you to make a cohesive argument and to actually be able to fight through that argument. The problem is, again, if we go to those base pairs, even if we recognize them, it's important for us argumentation wise, right, semantically, to utilize our words correctly in order to defeat the enemy's argument. And in order to do that, grouping things like P and P together makes a lot of sense, especially if they can't refute that argument. If they're too close and there's not enough distinction between the two, you can keep it as they are the same thing and you'll walk right through it.
Yeah, and the part about the opposite side of the P with the only fools, I said that one properly for you,
Yeah.
is that there is no clarification, there is no classification, there's no rules behind it, so to speak. So the former side of the P, I have to relinquish and state, no, it's not the first, it's the latter. It's not the former, it's the latter. And
Right. And I
that's
can
the
understand that.
nasty part about it, because going back to the topic of, you're not really interacting with that individual because it is known that they have the Habib over there is typing you and demanding you to send money.
Yeah, absolutely. Welcome, K2. You there, K2? Am I still hearing? Or
Probably
am I
so.
deaf?
Probably so. I see his
Okay.
microphone is muted.
Is he on the road right now? He's
I
probably on
can
the
guess
road.
that's his normal.
Yeah, yeah. So I think that precise argumentation is definitely important, but again, like you were just saying, we have to tailor an argument specifically, right? And you need to use your semantics wisely in order to defeat the other argument. And again, yes, the distinction exists, but we don't utilize that distinction purposefully because that argument has to have weight. And in order to weight that argument strongly enough, we have to group those wrongs strongly together and say, look, there isn't a big enough distinction to say that they're different in reality. Even if semantically we can separate or uh, unentwine them. So that is the purpose behind why it would be argued in that way.
Exactly, because whenever it comes to those debates, they actually twist it all. That don't not misunderstood. They actually twist it all and put it into a box and say this is the no side, and then they take all of this other stuff and say this is the yes side, and that's the discernment failure between what's being presented and what I was attempting to establish. That hey, your no side has more factors than you want to acknowledge, and your yes side is simply just attacking them for being immortal.
Right. Well, and I get that. I get what you're saying. The problem is that semantically and argumentatively, right? In your semantic argument for these being the two things that are one, um, even if those people are wrong distinction wise for you, you have to also realize that for them, they have to keep that distinction, that non-distinction in place, because it's the only thing that makes sense. If evil's evil and this is evil, then they're both the same. And so by doing that, you've in essence said, okay, sin is sin. This is a sin. This is a sin. They're both sexual sin. And so they both fit into the same bucket. And I understand, again, like you said, if you want to be completely open, definitionally honest, then you would have to say that there is difference. But again, in the essence of them, to the spirit, they are the same. And so for anybody who's coming at it from this is a decay, or this is a spiritual killer, or however you want to look at it, it all ends up being the same, especially with it being specifically sexual in nature. So,
Right.
yeah, I get what you're saying, and I'm not saying that you're wrong at all. And I would say that I agree there's a distinction between them, but the distinction is too small. And because it is so small, the equation becomes 1.99999 is 2.
And yeah, there's a lot of science behind exactly what your final statement there was. But I don't trust words. I trust patterns. And the thing behind what I'm about to state may confuse and invoke some emotions. And the point is that any individual who is in this line of work, or the greater than side, which is actually regulated and stamped approved, has a very similar pass, at least 99.9. And like you said, let's automatically make it 100 because it's so daggone close.
Yeah. I
So
mean,
it just comes
and
back to how they were raised.
yeah, well, that, and I think that there is also, depending on who you are, there's also an inherent understanding inside of the human soul or heart or whatever you want to call it, that we know this is of a quality that is not the quality that makes humanity thrive. And so what happens is it auto groups things without your thinking. It's like a prejudice against what is wrong, right? And because of that natural prejudice against what is wrong, that I would say is written on your heart, uh, is an auto thing. And that's why even when people who are in a lifestyle that is wrong to everyone else and they don't see it as wrong, either they have something missing or they're broken, or they are literally lying to themselves, one or the other.
Go ahead, K2, if you can talk now.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I had to restart my headset. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Welcome.
How's it going?
How's it been? How's the road?
It's good. It's good. I got some jackass speeding up when I try to pass him because I'm governed at a certain speed, and then he slows down when I get back into the lane. And I'm going to try to pass one more time.
Fun times.
Oh, no, it's not. That's
Right. All right. Well, this is awesome, actually, being able to just have a conversation. Did you have any thoughts on what we're talking about, K2?
I came in during the raid, and you said it jump up, and I didn't hear anything because StreamYard didn't hook up to my earpiece, so I didn't even hear anything. So I had to restart the whole headset. And that's why I was like, I might have to leave the stream. So
I gotcha.
Maybe I jumped up at the wrong time. My bad.
No, you're good. You're good. No, we were just talking about the distinction between like pornography and, or I don't know if I should say that, or
born in
like OnlyFans, like that kind of thing.
Oh.
And so yeah, that's the right 2 words, K2.
Basically, the distinction between the two is small enough that grouping them together as the same thing makes sense, both in a spiritual way, but also in a just they're like-mannered. It's money for a thing, all of those things. And so because of that, I can understand why people group them the way that they do. And it makes sense to do so, especially if you're having an argument. The semantics are important, and by coalescing them into a singular entity, you can't separate them after that, because in essence, descriptionally, they become the same.
Yeah, I think
even though
yeah, sorry.
No, right. You're right. Jess and Kirst just talked about this yesterday.
Yeah. I kind of have to agree with Jess on that, just because I know some of the girls that say that they only do OF and put pictures, I know that's why I made that comment yesterday on Jess White's channel, because I know for a certain price they'll do meetups.
Right. Well, and the thing is, like, if that's the lifestyle already, and that's how you're making the money, then I can't see how there would actually be a distinction outside of your work.
Yeah, there's not really a difference.
There can't be, because you've now entrained
No.
that. They have a saying, it's that which fires together wires together. And it's talking about the human brain, because the more we think certain things, the more we act out certain things, the more we hardwire those into our brains until they become patterned. So, yeah.
Exactly. That's the basis of Magakui no Gokuai, where you basically don't have to take the time to allow your brain to send the signal to the muscle. The muscle already knows what it needs to do. So therefore, you're even quicker on the fly.
Yep.
All right.
Yep. Muscle memory, all of it.
To dumb it down. So it's like a batter that's batting, and then it goes right for the pitcher's head, and then he doesn't even think and just reacts and catches it, just to simplify it.
Yeah.
Like that. Yep.
Yeah,
falls
like
right
I
in.
said, muscle memory. And Magakui no Gokuai is like it on steroids and everything else you can throw at it. It's like, wow.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm just a dumb truck driver, so I'm just trying to make it simpler in my head.
Yeah, I don't know very many dumb truck drivers. Good try, though.
Yeah, it's just an advanced
sarcastic.
form of muscle memory. It's an advanced form of muscle memory, K2.
So
yeah,
And to go back with the point with Abe, I actually went into the lab last night, so to speak, and tried to refine the argument even more of P versus P. And that's where I came up with a lot of the things are regulated and ensured to make sure that this is this way or else you're not allowed to do so. And yet, it's true. There may be a percentage, maybe half, if not less than, that will actually do meetups, and it's not safe. That's where it becomes the other side of the P. It's not safe, is where it comes down to.
Yeah, Bourgeois, I agree with that. And that's not even the bigger part of it. Yeah, rewriting the dopamine, rewiring, but there's an even bigger thing, and that's like entrained, like almost like imprinting that happens with pair bonding and everything else. And I understand that like people roll their eyes at this, they have an issue with it, but the truth of the matter is oxytocin is a real neurotransmitter. It does bond you to the person that you are intimate with. It does actually forge something stronger than just a friendship or love based or anything like that. It literally is a bonding agent, like super glue between the hearts and minds of those two people. And when a so-called soul tie. And what you don't understand is you can only rip a piece of rope so many times before it can never be tied again. It cannot happen. It becomes too small, too frayed, and too broken to be put back together. And that's exactly like pair bonding. You cannot shred a pair bond repeatedly until there's nothing left and expect it to ever reconnect to anything.
Correct, Abe. And that's a lot more science behind what I was stating about the chick that did 100 in a day. It like splits your soul on the spiritual aspect of it. It physically splits your soul every time you're intimate with someone. And you notice it in some of these people that they're just, you see it in their eyes. They're literally deleted.
Well, and that's not the only thing.
Shock.
Yeah. Well, and that's not the only thing. Like when you really dig into this, what you realize is when you cave on one basic piece of your morality, you literally open a doorway, and that doorway allows for ever increasing breakages to your moral grounding. And once you've broken it and you continue to break it, and you've now got a pattern of breaking it, there becomes a very distant line where how will you ever get back to that spot where you broke the first one? You just opened a floodgate, and now one broken moral and then another becomes just a road straight into no morals whatsoever. And you no longer care. It's all about me. It's self-worship.
Right, right. And to make my funny again, to relinquish morals and ethics in exchange for revenue is simply being a mercenary. I don't think we go after these women if they called themselves merc women instead of what they call themselves.
Well, I think partially, but it's the action and the reaction. So the action they are taking and what it's doing to the people that consume whatever it is that they produce, that is the issue. Because if you have okay, this goes right into what I was saying. So if you break your own morals and you continually break them till you're way down this road of moral breaking, and your action is inspiring others to also do the same by consuming the content that you're creating, you're now opening the door for them to also charge headlong down that same moral breaking path until you've literally broken a huge chain of people's moral grounding, and you've just got this I don't know, flock from morality. And that's what we're watching. We're watching it in real time, and not just with this specific thing, but with multiple things all across the spectrum.
Yes, I completely agree because I'm quite sure back in the 90s, whenever we was watching TV, hey, it was fun to get the crude humor and blah, blah, blah jokes. But whenever we got closer, we realized what happened to the Mickey Mouse Club and what they were presenting to everybody and the age groups that they were targeting with their demographics of being older now. So I can do this. And then stating, you can too, which was the
Absolutely.
worst part.
Absolutely. It's one, it's intentional. We know that, like, all of the degradation of morality has been a willful push from specific people. Usually, if you really think about it, okay, we could go for the spiritual aspect and say it's hellish in nature, but we could also just go straight to the human element and say an immoral person is a catalyst or an agent that pushes others to continue to do the same as they have done. And misery loves company, and they will continue to draw more and more people into that more immorality. It's a chain of fools.
Yeah, yeah. If we actually remove the topic that we've been having and put it back to just basic standard stuff, if you're not standing firm in your understanding, that's an issue in itself.
I agree. Once a line is made, you don't cross that line, even for yourself. Obviously, we all grow over time and we learn new concepts and we realize we're wrong and our lines were wrong, but you didn't cross those lines willfully to do the wrong thing. That's the difference. When you cross it willfully to do the wrong thing, you've broken the moral.
Exactly. And that's how come I actually agree with being a narrow minded individual, because you become rigid in your stances. And the point behind becoming narrow minded is that if you legitimately state that you're open minded, you act more narrow minded than a truly narrow minded individual, because you will simply disregard most things that you're not willing to investigate or research or even think
It's absolutely
about.
true. It's absolutely true. Because what happens is you see this everywhere, right? If you're in a conversation with somebody who is open-minded, you realize really quickly what they mean is they're open-minded to their ideology. Anything that fits in what they already believe is what they will be okay with believing. They don't mean that they're truly open-minded. And I don't think being truly open-minded is even wise. Your mind is like a garden. You should guard the gate of the garden of your mind. What goes in can corrupt it. What you allow fester in your mind can corrupt you. And if you don't guard the gates of that garden, you, sir, are doing the damage to yourself.
And yeah, that's how
You
come. Go ahead, K2.
I was gonna say you gotta let some new things come into your mind, because if you just stay closed-minded to a certain ideology, that's how some people get brainwashed in a way.
Well, and you're
Because then
absolutely
they
right.
use your ideology.
You're right.
That's what I.
But you have to guard it. You have to choose what you allow to be in there. You can't just willy-nilly allow everything in. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I said being narrow-minded actually means that you're willing to do research and then decide whether you're going to accept or refute it. Individuals that state that they're open-minded aren't even willing to do the research if you handed it to them. Going to the paraphrase statement of, I cannot show somebody something if they don't have the eyes to see it. I can sit here and till I'm blue, green, yellow, purple in the face and decimate religion. It doesn't mean that anyone's going to change their viewpoint on Sky Daddy.
Well, yeah. And I think that
There's a difference between religion and understanding what is actually occurring, because they are using religion as a scapegoat and individuals are simply flocking to it. I apologize, Abe. Let me not go this direction.
Well, I mean, that just plays into it, though. Like, you have a point of view, a perspective, and I think there is a level of respect that needs to be given for other people having belief systems, and then there's a line beyond that where it's like, okay, you've gone too far because now you're trying to make me be what you are. And I understand that line, and I also understand the line of like, look, for me, I can have a long, good conversation with you, and I don't have to have any issue with what you believe, and we can have a cordial conversation. It only gets bad when it comes to a point where it's like, I'm unwilling to hear, see, or care about what you think or believe at all. That is the damaging part. I don't have to believe what you believe, but we can still talk.
Exactly. And I completely respect individuals like that. Oh, I had something and my ding, ding, ding went off. And what was I thinking about?
I don't know your mind.
I got you. I picked it back up. An angel will tell you what they want you to know. A devil will put everything on the table and allow you to decide. For just basically, we can explain. And I'm not saying explain away. I'm just basically mean we can give the explanation of what things are, and people will still revert back to exactly what they've been dociled to ingest.
Sure. Okay. I have a theory on this, actually. So my theory is, like emotions, we have a thing in us as human beings where certain actions have to be prompted by enough force. And I don't mean external force. When a person hits rock bottom, they make changes to themselves, right? When your belief falls out from underneath you, you have to refine your belief. And the same is true, actually, emotionally. People will often say, like, all kinds of stuff about emotions. I have a belief that I'm still working on in my head, but emotion is like energy or mass. It doesn't actually go away. What happens is, I say you love somebody with all your heart, and that person hurts you, betrays you. Now, your emotion of love in equal force has been changed into something else. And that change can be, I still love them some, but I have all these issues now, and I have some anger and some hatred and all these other emotions wrapped in. But the intensity of the original love is now spread load between all of those emotions. And I think they all kind of work that way. It seems to me, anyway, that it works that way. What do you think about that, Kirst?
Yeah, I'm getting scatterbrained again. I definitely understood what you said. This is what I wanted to put here. It seems like you're referring to Newton's third law of motion, where everything has an equal and opposite reaction.
Yes, but I don't think it's just matter. I think even our emotional ties into the world are the same way. I think.
I was even trying to get into this discussion earlier. about matter isn't actually what we consider it as because everything is vibration. You're not touching that hat. Those clothes aren't touching you. You're not touching your device because why? The device is only there illusionarily. Just like the sensation of free will is there.
Well, and that can
But
take us even
the
that can
actual
take us
free
even
will.
into more fun
Go ahead.
places, actually.
Oh
You can
yeah,
go
that can throw us everywhere, man.
yeah, because like when you think of the electromagnetic spectrum, which is light, all things in the electromagnetic spectrum are a form of light. And we can see 0.0001% of the electromagnetic spectrum. That means that beyond that, what's there? Like everything else we can't see. We can maybe measure some of it, but like it gets really fun when you start going into the fact that all molecules, all particles, everything has an electric charge. And when you look into these, then you realize, okay, everything's on that electromagnetic spectrum and it's all affected by everything else. And it expands out into like infinity on either end. And you can't see it or witness it, but it's there and it's affecting everything all the time.
Exactly. And that goes down to the beyond spiritual part about it. That goes into the manifestation and the controlling of your perceptional reality. Because
Sure. I mean, if you have that control.
once you understand physics, whoever told you it doesn't change your life lied to you to keep you docile. Because legitimately, man, I've been grinding this stone nearly 3 decades, and it did take me almost to the beginning of the second decade to actually sit down and do nothing, and everything occurs by just mere thought. It takes a while, and very few individuals have the diligence and the discipline to just keep grinding the craft, even if you're not getting results within the first 2 years, within the first 5 years. There's a lot of anecdotal stuff in there, but as long as you have the empirical foundation, the plants will grow.
Sure. Well, and I think that works for a lot of things. It's mastery isn't a thing that is attained by short, small effort. You know, you've got to put it in. You've got to put that effort in all things. It's
yeah, most individuals think it takes 10,000 hours, which to get a craft somewhere, that's the minimum to even get it there. But beyond that, to actually go for it, it's a lot more than simply getting there.
Sure. Okay. So I think we beat the PNP to death.
Yeah, we beat a few dead horses over here.
Yeah.
I've been live for 2 hours and I've been in here for about 30 minutes. I really need some sustenance, Abe. Thank you very much for being up here, bro.
Yeah, no problem. It was nice to talk to you.
Awesome, bro. Awesome. Trips.
Yep.
Later.
Whoa, that was weird. Am I still live? My computer just acted way crazy.
I still hear you.
Okay. I don't know what it's doing. This is weird. It's acting really weird. Hold on a sec here. I don't know. Hold on a sec. Later. See, this is what happens when you get a brand new laptop and then you're like, oh, I'm going to live stream with this in one day. And I don't even know the ins and outs of the laptop yet. It's just acting goofy.
That's how I feel on any computer.
Well, that's fair.
I'm tech illiterate.
Are you?
Yeah. Even though I'm like a millennial.
Yeah. Well, I don't think age really plays into the whole game. That's the whole generation thing is funny to me because you could be a millennial and you could have parents that raised you similar to X, depending on where you lived in the country at the time and what culture that area got. And you will be more like the generation before you than you are the generation you actually are supposed to be. And this happens constantly. I hear people all the time in that seem like they're in the wrong generation completely. So I don't think generations actually hold to a time.
I think after high school, I just stopped going on the internet that much. Maybe that's about the time I got my first smartphone, and then I was just like on Facebook and that, not really doing that much on the internet. Just maybe a post here, post there,
Right.
cringe there.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, so
I mean,
after Windows 96, I'm kind of lost.
I see. Yeah, I think when you're building your life early, that also happens for sure. You can't really focus on all the stuff everybody else is focusing on when you're busy trying to create the world of your future. And so a lot of things fall away.
Yeah, I was working 2 jobs, going in for extra overtime for the one. And then my other jobs was like, not working overtime there. Do you want to come in, even though it's not overtime, and get some extra money? And I'm like, yeah. So I was always working.
Are we still alive? Sorry. Am I still here? My computer's acting goofy right now. Like the laptop itself black screened.
One's in chat if we're still live. One's in chat. I'll look at the chat. Oh, John put a 1.
Okay.
I saw that.
Trying to figure out what's going on here. It could be the fact that I have this other monitor plugged in. I'm going to pull out the cord real quick and see if that changes it. See if that helps. Hold on here. Let's see. I can't even utilize the... Oh, that's why. Okay, hold on. There we go. Now it's kind of working, I guess. It's weird. Like everything's blacked out on my Streamlabs.
I hear you. I think it's crazy. Now I see my boss. He'll go from his laptop, move the mouse, and he'll go like 2 monitors down. And I'm like, I didn't even know you could do that.
Right. I mean, that's why I had it set up just a minute ago, but for some reason it's acting really goofy. Like StreamYard's having a problem or something. Because like I can't see what's happening on my StreamYard, but I can see it on the YouTube tab, which is really weird. It's very strange, for sure. Anyway. And I don't even know if I can control my StreamYard. It's being so weird. Hold on a sec here. Let's do that. Just close everything out except for it and see if that helps. I can't see the chat. What's going on, K2?
Hold on, I'm all around the curve. Give me 1 second. It's raining around the curve. Give me a second.
I'll just go to the YouTube.
And then Are You Crazy said props StreamYard 2.
Yeah, it's acting goofy for sure. Okay. Hopefully I don't have to, but I might have to end this and start a new one if it's going to keep acting like this, because I don't have control over it. For some reason that we're still alive, and such, but I don't think it'll let me do anything. Give me 1 sec. I'm not gonna end it. I'm gonna try moving stuff around and see if it lets me.
Hold on. I hear this guy talking. Give me a second. Shut up, stupid.
All right, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Doing it again. That's so bizarre.
Restart.
Well, I can't while we're on here unless I actually close everything out and then restart. Hold on. Looks like it's reloading here on the screen. Oh, I have to expect that I would have some technical difficulties. My very first time.
Ah, definitely.
Mhm. Let's see. What if I do this? And then I do this. Boom. Boom. Nope. Still acting goofy. All right. Well, I'm just going to continue on with just YouTube showing for a minute until maybe that finishes loading. Maybe. I don't know. Let's see. How weird. Okay, so I can see the chat now. Should I just restart StreamYard and create another video so that this can continue going? Because I can't control or have anybody else hop up now because the StreamYard screen has gone like a weird black with just like my picture and no access to anything else except for the my picture and the end stream button.
Oh, I could probably jump down. We restart, reconvene.
Okay, I am going to end this and I'm going to restart a new one right after. And
Don't go anywhere, anybody.
hopefully it works. Yeah, well, yeah. All right, I will be right back.
I'll drop.
And I'm back. Can you hear me? Holy smokes. That was a heck of a weirdness. I couldn't end it. Got out of it. Restarted my PC, got back on, and jumped back into it. It was very strange. A learning curve. That's what that is. Okay, hold on. I'll read the chats above. Wait, what am I looking for specifically? Check the audio. Mm. I hit the end stream button. And then when I went into YouTube Studios, it just showed it as it was still live. But it didn't get disconnect when it said it disconnected. So it acted like it was, but it wasn't. So then it was just stuck on the StreamYard screen on YouTube. But on my PC, it had looked like it was ended. So, but the StreamYards before I got off was literally the whole screen was black. And I would go to the YouTube and I could see that the StreamYard was still up, but the StreamYards was completely black down here. And the only thing I could see was the end button, and I had hit it and it acted like it closed, but it didn't close. So, I mean, at least I could jump back in, I guess. It's kind of weird, but what are you going to do? Who wants to come up? Mm-hmm. The link is pinned to the top. If anybody wants to come in and chit chat about whatever, mostly. Nobody? Anybody's welcome. I'm not a master debater either, Bree. I'm just a dude. And I'm not debating anyone. I'm just talking about random stuff, whatever you want to talk about. Do you guys, can you hear music in my video at all? Okay, good. It needs to be that big. It needs to be that big. Come on, Bree, you can come in. Why not? Come in and chat. You can talk about whatever you want, whatever topic. Good to go. So the reason I asked if there was music is I have a decent sized house and my mother-in-law lives with us for part of the year, and she has music cranked, but I can hear it, and I wasn't sure if you could hear it. So, yeah. K2. Come on up. What? Disappear? What was that? Come on, somebody come in. There's K2.
There we go.
There we go.
Hold on. We got to peer pressure Bree. Bree, jump up.
Come
Don't
on,
be
Bree.
chicken.
We want to hear you. We want to hear from you.
Do it. Everybody in chat, pick on Bree.
Your voice matters, Bree. Let's go. Let's freaking go. What do you think, K2? What do you think about the internet sphere of late? Well, all the goings-ons that we've seen.
I think it's all degenerate, and it's bad. Going down a bad path.
That's pretty
kind of shocked. I mean, listening to just live stream and then re-listening to it, and you could hear Sarah. If we're gonna go back to that, hear Sarah team up when she was supposed to be the moderator.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
No, absolutely right. That's the thing that we all were watching. We all see what exactly was going on. Like, there was no moderator in that debate. She just acted as a third debater.
Oh. Yeah.
You know?
Which seemed very uncharacteristic of her.
Well, we can make inferences, right?
On her
facial expressions.
Yeah. I can't watch her facial reactions all the time.
Right, fair. So I would say that there was a... Go ahead.
But it seemed a little too personal, and she had to put her input into it. I like her show, don't get me wrong, but this episode seemed... It kind of rubbed me the wrong way. And then that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Hi, Bree.
I don't know if
Welcome.
anyone else felt like that.
Y'all peer pressured me.
You're welcome.
Well,
I'm bad influence.
Somebody's got to do it.
I'm a bad influence on you, Bree.
I was gonna say I'm a woman. My voice doesn't matter too much.
Oh, it does. We need good women to speak up, because if good women don't speak up and only men say something, then bad women continue to act the way they are, and they have no pushback. Not really.
But here's the problem with that. When it comes to other women telling women tend to listen less. You get called pick me and all that kind of stuff. And
well, I was going to say we need women to speak when the sandwiches are made.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I understand where you're coming from on that. The one thing I would say is that like particularly with that debate yesterday, we saw in action one girl being debated. Well, her and that, I don't know, that other guy, but her debating the other two, and the other girl stayed quiet most of it, and Cooley talked a whole lot. And then when Cooley made any points, Sarah would jump in and defend. Agreed?
Yeah. Yeah.
I would agree. I mean, I thought Cooley did have some points, so.
I'm not saying he had no points. What I'm saying is I think that he circled his argument far too much.
I understand.
And and he stayed really hard on the reason she called him out as red pill is because he took that route to debate her lifestyle or the OnlyFans bracket, right? If he had taken a moment to gauge what was happening based on what was being said, he could have switched tack and picked a more effective argument. I just mean to say that his voice counted for very little when he had two women ganging up. If the other woman had stepped in more, it would have put them off some.
Isn't that what Dress was trying to do?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But again, what happened at the end, again, you have just Jess, right? And a whole bunch of dudes versus Sarah and Diddley. And so what happens is
Jess
because
would have been a better debate.
Absolutely.
Sorry.
Absolutely, Jess would have been better. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. If Sarah hadn't gotten, see, that's so weird to me, actually. I'm going to say this. Every time a what about happened, it was either Diddley or Sarah, right? It was Diddley or Sarah. And what's amazing is nobody called it out until Chris came up for the most part. Teriak tried, but he didn't say it out loud. And then as I'm watching this, I'm like, this is amazing. I'm watching in real time the moderator debate for the person that's supposed to be debating. And not only that, she's calling out everybody as being emotional while she's getting red-faced and emotional and then yelling at them.
The last, what was it? Like the last 10 minutes when she took everybody backstage and made a comment saying, for all the boys that can't shut up. I don't know what was the exact comment, but she just let the girls talk. And that was a big telltale sign to me because, well, I'm still very new to all this debating online. But if you're a moderator, you should be just moderating.
Right. You should be impartial.
Neutral.
Exactly.
Neutral. You should be
right.
Neutral.
Right. You have to be neutral, impartial in order to actually make judgments. And I understand stopping people from yelling over each other, but that's not what I saw. I only saw her yell over people that were on the
Diddley
opposing side. Yeah. On against Diddley.
I have a question because I didn't really hear many people arguing on her side besides herself. Was anybody else on the affirmative on that one?
She had a guy with her. She had a guy with her with the green screen or whatever behind him. And then in the after hours part, I would say what happened is you had a mix of men who some disagreed. Like Fatty spoke out against it quite a bit. And I think he was doing it specifically from the this is women are bad standpoint kind of thing. And not all the way, but and then you had Rude Mudcrab came up and backed her up, and Dusty obviously backed her up repeatedly.
I did think that was funny that Fatty, I mean, I'm just assuming, but he did seem a little zesty to me. And
he did.
Was going in on her.
He did, yeah. He actually had some good takes last night against her. But the problem is, even with his takes against her, when others had takes against her, then he would take her side on certain things too. And it's like, I get that you're trying to be equal on both sides, but the problem with this is that when he did that, what he did is he just filled the airwaves with his voice rather than those who could make effective arguments against. So it was helpful but unhelpful at the same time. And Jess came in with incredibly good arguments for the topic, but got one silenced and told she was stupid for the arguments she was giving because the moderator didn't understand the question or understand the statement. Literally, that's what happened. She's saying, what if there's open nudity of a man, you would arrest him for it if they were advertising on Twitch with almost nudity for you to go to only flaps and see stuff, you would freaking charge that guy. But because it's a girl, it's totally okay. Sarah cut her off on the first sentence of what if there was a naked man and yelled at her, telling her argument is stupid because there's mostly naked people in front of Las Vegas stripper clubs. It's like, what? You didn't even hear the question. You just went off and yelled at her immediately.
Yeah. And I've seen the dudes because they have them around here. They usually at the sporting events when everybody gets out, they'll hand these get in free to the strip club.
Right.
Cards basically, and you never see them give those cards, which defeats Sarah's statement that they handed those cards to the kids. They will never hand those cards to the kids.
Yeah, no, I don't see it.
Unless, like, he looks like an adult, like, say he's like 17, that
right
looks like an adult.
Right.
I can see the mix up there.
Right.
But for the most part, they're not going to hand it to children like that go on like 13 or whatever, like they do on Twitch and advertise.
Well, that's the thing.
There. Yeah.
That's the thing. And I tried to bring some of that up in the chat when I was watching this whole debate happen. And then I also brought it up in Jess's, but I don't know how many people are parents of older children, but like when your child turns 13, the Google limiting for you to block content and keep track stops. So like at 13, your child can start getting into whatever they want on a device without your say so. And so the only way you could even deal with that is continually set the age back or realize that they're 13 and now they can get into stuff and I'm going to monitor them. Now, I'm not saying parents don't have the responsibility to continue to monitor. However, it's a stupid argument to say, oh, you can control your kids' phones until they're an adult and you can make sure they don't go on Twitch and see that stuff. Well, first of all, Twitch, I don't know about you guys. I played World of Warcraft and Twitch was useful because I could get my add-ons there. And I was a teenager. Well, I wasn't a teenager when I started playing it. I was a fresh adult, but I knew a ton of people that were teenagers playing World of Warcraft that were getting their Twitch add-ons. And that's literally what the game started for. So Teriak had a great point. And if your child has a Google device that the monitoring ends at 13, and then they're gamers, they're automatically going to be going to that kind of website.
Yeah.
So
that's
like
what
all
my,
of those, yeah.
That's what my, because after that debate, I talked with my friend. I don't know if you're on Jess's channel in the chat or whatever, because when I was on panel with her, when I asked Terry that question, because I'm like, my conservative friend who hates that these ESOTs are taking over Twitch are doing that in advertising, but at the same time, he's like, we can't just play it out, ban pornography, because if you try to silence it, you become the losing issue, especially in this type of country or whatever.
That's the game, right? The game is, we know it's wrong, we know it's bad. Where is it leaking into society in the worst ways possible, right? And one way would be advertising to children on gaming websites or through those kinds of things.
I mean, I agree. When I open Instagram, I don't even follow these pages, and a lot of the times, some of the pages that I do follow, they're bought out, and all you see is just OnlyFlaps advertisement, and it is everywhere.
It is everywhere. It's on YouTube, or it's on they're everywhere, and that's part of what Teriak is saying. Like, you cannot allow them to put advertisement for a different paywall site all over everywhere that anybody could go to that's over the age of 13 and see. It doesn't make any sense that we allow that to happen. And then Diddley even went as far as to say, oh, well, I don't have my only in my bio, I have a website that you can go to it from. Okay, well, that's your website. What's on your website then? Her website's not governed like.
I gave Beaver the link to her Twitch, and he did some research, and he's like, he must have listened to what he said in the chat, because she moves everything to her link tree or something like that.
It's just well, once you're caught, right? And that was a pretty open debate right there on the internet. Everybody saw it. Now she's made this admission that she had done something that maybe she ought not do, and now the whole world can see it, so she's got to change it immediately in order to cover her ass, so to speak. Welcome, Doom.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Doom.
What's up, ding dongs? I can scoot over a little bit.
How are you, brother?
I'll make some room for you.
Good. Good.
I'm road raging.
You're road raging?
I like K2's.
That's I constantly laugh at your voice to text in the chat when you're like screaming at people. Just cracks me up, and I feel bad for you at the same time, but I'm still cracking up.
I try to go on mute. If I'm live,
I still have the stream up. Sorry about that. I still have the stream up in another tab, so it's all better now. I'm good. I'm here. Hi, I'm here.
Hi. What do you think, dude?
No, that's what
all these
about girls showing their buttholes online.
Yeah.
How young are we going to let this happen? Like, what's going on out there?
Yeah, well, that was a good.
OnlyFlaps?
Yeah, that was a good argument. Like, let's see. You're gonna say this other guy got access to nudity at 8, so it's not bad that kids get it at 13. That is so stupid. I don't even know how you think that's an argument.
It seems like she did a lot of deflecting, a lot of what-isms, and everybody was just cool with it. And then it's not my fault. I have no reason, and yada yada yada. Like, even when you said I advertise it in my Twitch, and these kids see it right out of her mouth, but then she's like, "What am I supposed to do?" It's like right there. You just said it's your fault. Then she goes back to it's not my fault, it's the parents' fault. Like, parents, I get it. At the same time, the parents are responsible. I don't have kids, so I probably shouldn't speak up on this. But at the same time, it's like parents can only do so much. They gotta, like, especially on the World Wide Web.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like a parenting is a lot more than just like helicopter and censorship and stuff, you know, like, because school's for education. It's like, what does a parent do, you know, like everything else, right? So got to talk to the kids, man. You can only do so much, but you can do stuff.
Yep. And you only have so much control. Sorry, say that again, Bree.
No, I was just going to say, I think it's the biggest double standard in our society as far as what we're talking about, because you look at young kids, right? We're talking about 13-year-olds that are guys. If they were to buck their teacher, they're congratulated. Hey, yeah, you got to do that. That's awesome. Da, da, da. If it's a girl, that's disgusting. But when they get over 18, oh, now you're 18, now you're looking at girls, and now you're a disgusting pig if you're a man, but if you're a girl, you're celebrated. Oh yeah, make your money, girl, and all this stuff, and it's just it's crazy. Like, where does that line draw? Is it 18, or is it because there is evidence of a girl who is 17 years old who joined the Bop House maybe a couple months ago, and her mom is the one who approved it. And I mean, people are buying her stuff, and she's underage. So
That's the name of the game. The name of the game is to move things. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and that's literally the game. The line will never actually be clear to anyone because as long as it's fuzzy, you can keep getting away with doing bad. That's why. The only way to solve that problem is to draw hard lines that are unnegotiable, period.
Did you guys hear what Texas did?
What did Texas do?
Well, evidently you can't see corn without like tying your ID to your account or something. I thought that was a pretty good deterrent. Just shame alone. I feel like
Montana
really
did the
hacks those
same.
numbers down.
Montana did the same.
Good.
So
well,
that's
what's
the kind of
Australia
thing
like?
that has to happen.
What does Australia have going on? I know they got some restrictions.
Do they? We don't have an Australian on the panel. We need to get one up here.
We need to get one up here.
LD, where are you?
Yes.
Yeah, where is LD? LD or Jess or anybody really? Where's Bill Hicks?
Is Bill an Aussie?
Thought he was.
Yeah, Bill's an Aussie. Because when I would used to go type "nar" in the chat in Jess's thing, he would go, "I'm ashamed of us Australians that can't say no the right way."
There it is. Yeah. Nar.
Nar.
Smart car.
Hi, Rome. Welcome. Sorry I didn't see you. Getting all into the talk. Yeah, I think that it's a time for solutions, and I think too long we've allowed wishy-washy, fuzzy outlines of what things are supposed to be. I'm not saying we need to take extreme actions or anything like that, but like these talks are good for that reason, because too often we see exactly what we saw on the tomato. Like, it's this game of obfuscation and diversions and what about, and that was a clear-cut case, and everything they could do to keep it from being talked about in a real way happened. Everything.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about video games. We're going to talk about the Vegas Strip. We're going to talk. No, we're on a specific topic, and we know what we're talking about. And you're taking it everywhere but this topic. I wonder why that is.
I kept losing track of what the topic was supposed to be because of Sarah's rant.
Yeah. Every time Diddley would make a joke, it was met with howling laughter. Like Sarah would just start cackling.
Yep. And that's the thing.
It's like a vindictive laugh,
The level of support that was given from the moderator in that debate blows me away. Blows me away.
Yeah, she should have been a debater. She shouldn't have been mod.
Like, that would be...
Should have got someone else to mod that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It felt, honestly, I'm not going to lie, it felt super personal.
Yeah, like, it's fine if like judges have a bias, but keep it to yourself. Like, especially if you own the panel. It's one thing to even be a moderator on it. That's her channel. You know what I mean? Like, she owns that. So it's like, okay. I mean, we all see through it, lady. You're not fooling anybody.
Oh no, that's where I kind of was like, someone said they might have had a video for like a stripper or pole or something. Somebody said that in Just White's chat, and then I'm like,
pretty sure it exists.
Now it makes sense why she got a little too personal with this.
Pretty sure it exists.
Makes sense.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'll say this, okay? Like I've been a lot of things. I've been a Marine. I've been to school for psychology. I've been to school for neurolinguistic programming and patterning, and I understand exactly what words mean to a human mind and how to get points to stick. The things that happened last night made me really question the morality, foundations, and personhood of the moderator. I'll say that 100%.
No way. I'm sorry. I'm just reading this.
Am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here, K2.
All right.
Jess, do you want to come up?
Get Jess up here too, so we can hit. And thanks for always cleaning my messes up.
Oh. If that's true though, I mean a body count of over 50, that's I want to say that it's surprising, but it's not.
So Bree, put yourself in this position. You're moderating a debate. Even if you're not a debater, you're moderating. You're supposed to be the neutral party. And a woman comes in and makes some comments about how that field of work affects people, and they say it's predatory to young men. Yep. Why would you go off and start screaming at that person?
I wouldn't. I mean, I'm pretty biased on that.
Yeah. I would if I felt personally attacked.
Yeah, that would be the reason, I think. I think you only really scream at somebody when you feel it's a personal jab at you.
And then I felt like Sarah when she was with. And then am I still here?
All right. Yes.
Yeah, you're still here.
Yeah, go ahead, K2.
All right. It felt like when Sarah was doing her thing with the girls on panel when they were like, it's cool to be degenerate at the same time. It felt like she was insulting the thing when we just like to mess around on her panel. Like, oh, I'm gonna pay $2 to see this close to degenerate woman jump off the horse. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, sometimes I just pay for that just to shut up the panel because I can't watch it as I'm going down.
Well, right. Who was it? Andrew made a really good point during the last Pearl debate. He's like, what is the point of marriage for men? What do men get out of it? You know? Yeah, a family. They're lonely.
Fulfillment. That's what they
You know what I mean? We get people. But that's it though. It's literally like it's love. That's all we get out of it.
Yeah.
We have everything to lose and only we just want some love. Come on.
It's true. It is true. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think if the debate's going to be serious on something like that topic or topics in that realm, they absolutely need to be held in a neutral ground, because what happened yesterday is more or less a travesty on the part of anybody who stands against it, because that was a glaring support of that lifestyle to me.
Yeah, exactly, Chase. Give me a kiss on the cheek, maybe pack my lunch. I'll go do 12-hour shifts.
No, yeah, I agree with that too. That's why I think that men are the ones who love unconditionally. Women don't at all.
No, I don't know. I don't feel like that's thought about enough. Like, what does the men get out of it? What does the man get out of it? And then also, like, who's going to carry the boats, right? Like, who's first off the boat? You know what I mean? Who gets out of the burning building, and then who has to run back in? You know what I mean? Like,
yep.
Pork chop sandwiches. Oh my God, the place is on fire. Get out. What the fuck are you doing? Get out of here.
Yep. It's just wild, man. I hate watching stuff like that happen because I could have jumped up and jumped onto that panel to help, and I wanted to. I really did, because as I watched, I found more and more shred points to tear that argument apart. But the more I watched, the more I thought, you know what? It's pointless. It's literally pointless to go up there, because I'm watching the moderator defend the woman that is in question, basically. And it's not to say that like this was a trial against her, but the truth of the matter is this is a debate between two sides. It's wrong or it's right, or it's wrong or it's okay. And no one could say a word that wouldn't either get shut down, spoke over, or told they're stupid for bringing their point up. And it's like, cool.
Yeah.
Basically, you just made a commercial for OF. That's what you did.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sarah.
Well, I feel like, the whole panel space, the whole debating thing is starting to get a lot more diverse. Debating is such an odd one. Like, I really don't like devil's advocate. Like, that's just lying. That's just lying, right? But like I feel like Sarah's show, that's really good for, Ryan to fight the left, you to fight the, stuff like that. Like, you are where you believe. And then Grid is starting to come up with like this cool little game show of like, hey, here's a topic. I really think he needs to just say, hey, here's a topic, you're for it, you're against it, go, right? Like, then you're forcing devil's advocate. So I don't know, debate's a really weird one. It's like there's really specific spots where you should devil's advocate. Everywhere else though, just no, like doing these cool little debate panels and stuff feels like practice.
Okay, Chase. He's not wrong, though. Like, that seems to be the way these days. I see, Bree, you said that earlier about the greatest double standard. You're not wrong. You want to get monetized? Be a woman.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And
Like,
even field, I mean, just, real quickly, but sales used to always be dominated by men. And just recently, the last 30 years, the women have been increasing in sales. And truthfully, it's easier to sell as a woman than it is as a man. And I feel bad a lot of the times, because I think either am I actually skilled, or is it just that I'm a woman?
right? And I don't feel there's no anti-woman in me. It's literally just the game of this doesn't make sense. And if we're going to scream about inequality, then you damn well better look in your own eyes first.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't think that the solution is a simple one or an easy one, but I think that the more that are willing to stand up for and fight for it, the better. That's what I think.
Well, I do.
I just saw feminist and Sarah right there. And I don't appreciate the comment that Diddley made about 16 or teenage boys just jacking it all the time. I was doing other stuff. Sorry, I'm just trying to joke.
No, you're not wrong though. Like, I can't believe that that was bizarre. Like,
and Sarah has a boy.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. I was like, I have doubts when she was like, you got to watch your children. You got to make sure they don't get into that stuff. I'm like, is that what you're doing right now?
She's trying to make some money. All right, let's cowboy this dolly.
It seems real wild to me. It does. Hey, Chris. Good to see you.
Like,
you want to come up, Chris?
Do we know if Sarah's shown this bias before?
I would say yes.
I imagine so. I can't see how this would be the first time, but I don't know.
So
I'm still pretty new too.
I would go back to Ryan, a Radical Coder, versus who was it? I think it was somebody in the Crucible crew about feminism. It was him and Ghosty versus who was it? Him and Ghosty versus Neil Starling, and I don't remember who the other party was. Does anybody else remember that debate? It was against feminism, and then she acted like she's against feminism, but then she kept taking Ryan's side. So,
Well, then that just makes me think, and I'm not trying to play devil's advocate here, but do you think that if a lot of people are against a certain person, do you think she has the need, or she feels the need to protect this person in a sense?
okay, so there's two pieces to that. So I could see her having the innate nature of a woman to care for and defend the younger or weaker or more singled out person. I can. However, it was a 2-on-2 debate, and she was literally allowing more from the leftist side of the panel. And that's not to say that like she does it every time, but I swear to you that she has certain favorites, and those favorites are the ones that stand against everything that isn't degen, or everything that is that are with the degen side, big time.
Okay.
And so sometimes it's like really small, like micro, and sometimes it's really big, like last debate. But I don't know. It's the whole thing though. Like if you're in the end trash panel, whatever, the garbage fire panel, and every time that it gets to that point, you tend to side with the same group of people against the Christian, conservative, moral people, then I have to ask the question, are you not just a wolf in sheep's clothing?
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like hypocrisy is kind of the first step to change, right? Like to like a revelation sort of thing, where at first you're like, oh, what I'm doing's fine. And then at some point you kind of break and go, this isn't okay.
Yeah.
And so I feel like she's starting to kind of get that there's more people on the other side, and so she doesn't want a hypocrite yet. She doesn't want to admit she's wrong, but just can't stop or something, whatever. So trying her damnedest, but she's getting outnumbered.
And by no means do I know her mind, but from the things I see, and I have to think that anybody who thinks even remotely like me, they have to be seeing it as well, that this is off. Something's way off. And it doesn't make any sense to what you're saying. I agree, Bintok. You have to seed the society with the ideas of which you want. And hope that the morality will shine through in people.
What is it? Hard times create strong men.
Yeah, well, and it kind of feels like that's where we're trending towards, right? I mean,
is it ever not hard times?
Okay, sure, but like you and I can agree that the 90s seemed easy.
Yeah,
and
as a kid,
to be fair, yes, most were children in the 90s, but like the world didn't feel like it was constantly exploding, and everything was so overwhelming to even the parents that the world was collapsing at every given moment.
Yeah, internet.
And so I think the hard times we're coming into are a different brand, a different type. you could still have the poorness, you could still have the issues with the economy, you can have all of those things, but we have a special new brand of degeneracy that has taken over. So
I do want to piggyback off of Bentalk's comment as far as creating more of this kind of content. As far as that, what do you guys think? Do you think that you have to be qualified in order to talk about this kind of content, or is it just ideas that you're expressing that no matter what your qualifications are, you can still talk about?
Yeah, you can talk about anything. You might not be able to claim everything, you know. You can't say I know for 1000% sure or something, but yeah, you're allowed to talk about anything. Just because it's not part of your lived experience or whatever doesn't mean I don't know what you're talking about. You know, that's the whole can you define a woman without being a woman argument. You have no idea what my lived experience is. I don't need to. Shut up. God, shut up.
That goes back to we all kind of, I think everybody saw the stuff going on with the Joe Rogan, Andrew Schultz. I think it was whoever it was, but that whole thing about experts, or you need the experts to be commenting on all these things. And it's like, sure, it is important to have a balance of the experts and non-experts, or just the world that lives in it. But the truth of the matter is, like, on what we're talking about right now, this is 1, opinion, 2, belief, and 3, some blend of the community trying to put their finger on what is happening. You know, Dave Smith. Yeah. Thank you, Axel Foley. Yes, experts are important and they have their place, but if we listen to experts about everything, there comes a time when the experts have no real life experience and they're going on numbers that they were given by some other expert, and you have this train or this trail all the way to a source that made presumptions that got them to that final expert. And so you have corrupted data from the bottom to the top. It happens all the time. And so we have to realize that without speaking, even the lowest man or the average man speaking about it, if we don't talk about things, they never get solved. They never get hashed out. We don't understand why we believe what we believe. And the best way for a human being to express and understand their own thoughts is to communicate those thoughts. Because once you put them into words, you've actually had to think them all the way through. Especially when you're hashing them out long form, like actually sitting down and talking in a full conversation about a topic. That exploration opens your mind to what you actually think and why.
Like, I'm sure we've all heard it. You know, you never bring up what religion, politics, sex, stuff like that. Like, I feel like that's a huge problem.
I think it's foolish. I think it's foolish.
You have to talk about that stuff.
I break that rule all the time. I break that rule all the time.
Well, I know for me too, is definitely cultural. You know, you can't talk about religion and you can't talk about money and you know, stuff like that at the dinner table. And it was a cultural thing. I'm not sure if it's across the board like that.
Guys, can we have one dinner, please?
Yeah.
One dinner.
Well, and that's the thing. I think that part of the reason we're in the position we're in today is somebody created that silly rule so there was no fighting at the dinner table, when in reality, we should have been discussing these things so we all understood where each other was and a divide didn't grow. I think that was meant to create peace in the household, and I get it. But at the same time, you end up with people not even knowing what their own family believe, and then the next thing you know, you're disowning each other because you don't understand each other.
Yeah,
because you never talked about it.
It's almost like arguing becomes the worst thing in the world. I'd rather just disown them instead of make them mad for a little bit. Like, what? What? That's a pretty permanent solution there.
That's it.
So
I don't think these rifts would be as big as they are if we talked about it before now.
At least we're talking about it now. Better late than never, Abe.
This is true.
Mr. President. I really like calling you sir in chat. It's so funny. I'm here, sir.
It's funny. I keep looking at it and then I chuckle to myself.
Mr. President. So how do we stop this degeneracy?
I think like most
family.
Go ahead, Bree. Say that again.
I was just saying, by having the nuclear family, I mean, you have to have a nuclear family, and not only that, but I mean, I think I'm pretty old school as far as that. I do think that a woman should stay in the home because it stops from the degeneracy from coming into your home. And as far as the man, I mean, he's the protector and provider, right? So just like how you were saying earlier, you have to guard your brain in a sense. So you also have to guard your home. You know, you have to stop this degeneracy from coming in. So if it means like not giving your kids technology till whatever age you want to, you know, that's a possibility too. I mean, look at even programs for kids who are 5 years old and under. There's a bunch of programs out there that are full of this agenda. And I mean, as a parent, you're probably putting it on for them so they can be distracted for a little bit while you're taking care of a couple of things. So you're not going to sit there and actually watch this program and see what they're watching.
Yeah. I agree with that. I think there's two pieces to this. I think the nuclear family is extremely important. And I also think that self-examination and building oneself to be what they're intending. Like, we need good, strong, moral people. And those good, strong, moral people need to develop good, strong, moral families. And then those families can affect change on society. And I think if we aren't on a path individually that, then we can do nothing. Because if we live in the degeneracy as an individual, we're allowing it to happen as a whole.
No, yeah, I think that we should start fearing God again. It used to work wonders for us. And now
Yeah, church does a lot. People quit going to church, and then they need meds and therapy and breaks.
Yeah.
But yeah, wasn't it like it used to be like if there was an issue going on between you and your spouse, you take it to the church first?
Yeah. I mean,
are you crazy?
They didn't know what is it called, therapists or counselors back in, that wasn't a thing.
Yeah, no, you would go to the priest or the pastor.
Yeah.
You know, and there's a lot to be said for all kinds of things. I get the divisions that happen in Christianity as well, but as much as I would prefer people do what's right, I think that a church is better than not a church. So,
well, there's specifically no money tied to the church. I mean, there's tithings and donations and stuff, but like you're not paying that priest by the hour, and then he only takes 45 minutes. You know what I mean?
Right.
So we got another. Come on, let's go.
Well, no.
Sorry, one sec. I don't know what my schedule is going to be like yet. I'm trying to feel out the space. I can do either. I can be late into the nights. I could be during the day. Maybe I'll stream 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't know.
That might be overdoing it just a little bit. That's going to burn you out.
We're lucky we got this far.
I get burned out after some 14-hour days. They'll ask me if I want to run anything else after my schedules.
Do you have fun doing it, though?
So I know. I do. I don't have any. Keeps me from being alone in my house with my. The only sad thing is my dog, though. But
so, are you crazy?
I
could do late nights because that's usually when I've been on recently. Is late at night. And I agree with your statement that what is right to you may not be right to others. I think it's important to realize that that for me, this is for me, I'm not going to claim anything else. I think that there is a right and a wrong, and I think that right is an objective measure. I do not believe that there is millions of gray areas on everything. That's not to say that there isn't gray areas. I get that there are, but I think that there are certain foundations that we have to build life upon and that we have to develop societies upon, and those are not some subjective guesses. I just don't. And I'll speak my mind, and I'll always have a conversation with others about what they think or believe. And I'm not going to tell you, you are wrong. I may think you're wrong. A person is wrong, but that's not, that's between them and God if they think that. Did my earbud just die?
No, you should be good.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Check, double check.
Are you good?
Yep, I'm good. Yeah, I think that I agree with you. Are you crazy? I think that level-headed voices are needed. I think that clear communication is needed. I think we live in a time, kind of like Bree was saying, do you think we need to be experts to talk about this stuff? I don't think you need to be an expert, but I also think you shouldn't be a complete idiot. If you're on rambling about every whatever constantly, and you have no root or grounding in reality, and you're just out to make a name for yourself, great, but at the same time, you might be doing damage. You might actually be doing damage to the lives of people. And if we don't keep that in mind, I think that is just as damaging as all kinds of other horrible things that happen. So in lieu of that, I thought that it would be wise of me to actually get on and start talking, because I hear too much that isn't of any good moral foundation. And I'm not trying to take shots at people either. It's not like I'm trying to say all these people are horrible, evil people and they're all wrong. I'm just saying, like, I don't see a space out there where people are talking with level heads on a consistent basis and not dragging in degeneracy and hatred of each other and everything else. I just don't see it. So I think a space like that is needed, where people can hash things out in a I don't even know what, a civil manner, I guess.
I think Jess was right. I believe she had said that we're probably not going to see a solution in our lifetime, especially if things are going the way that they're going. You can only hope for the best. But truthfully, another thing as far as talking to women and making sure that you let them understand all these things and what they're putting themselves into and what they're going to eventually regret later on in their life. I think that the reason I asked that if you need the qualifications is because if you're not married, if you're not, with kids and that kind of stuff, it's going to go one ear out the other because you don't have those qualifications. And this is normally across the board for most women. One of the biggest things, or one of the biggest deflectors that they'll do is, well, are you married, or do you have kids? How many buddies do you have? And that sort of thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's a certain level. Well, and that actually goes back to the church, Bree, if you think about it. Originally, an elder in the Old Testament, I believe, I'm not 100% sure actually, but I believe they had to have a family. They had to be a married man to be an elder in a church foundation. And the reason is you need to know how to lead a household before you can lead a church.
Right.
And I think that there's a certain level of cognitive miss that's happening right now when you look at all these men who are out there speaking on the red pill and speaking on morality and all these things. And it's like, okay, buddy, but like, where do you stand morally? Like, are you actually a moral person? Have you actually built a life with a woman and a family? Or are you just spewing what you think?
Well, it feels like red pill is just a bunch of biased like backlash from all the feminism over the
Yep.
years. It's just no, we won't take it anymore. Screw you guys.
Yep.
Well, I agree with you there. I do agree with you there because a lot of women, especially in the last, 10, 15, 20 years, they've been very open about their misandry. And it goes to a point where, yeah, men get tired of it.
I actually freaked out at an old hippie at a bar.
Good man. Go take a bath.
She was
Dreads
like
are gross,
Kamala. No, older hippie, no dread. She was just like Kamala this, Kamala that. Kamala's gonna be president. She kept on going from guy to guy on the bar that was sitting up at the bar, and I'm just like, I'm sick of her shit. I'm gonna troll her. I'm like, appeal to 19th and whatever. She ripped the beer bottle out of my hand. Some libtard that was next to me saw her dumping. He's like, yeah, she dumped his beer, so the guy got me a new beer. But like, I'm just throwing things at her to fucking trigger her. And then she left because she had no support because she thought the other guy was going to support her. I forgot all what I said because I had a few, but I just remember going, appeal to 19th. Nobody wants a woman president.
Oh, the 19th and the 18th.
And
I agree with that as well.
Like single household voting.
Yeah.
She stormed out. And then like an hour later, she came fucking back. And I was just... Oh, no. Sorry. I'm reminiscing.
No, you're good.
My trolling.
The good old days.
The good old days.
That's part of what we're doing up here is just talking. No,
Yeah.
I think, Bree, I understand where you're coming from. And so that's something that has actually pestered me, the single guy out there that's a degenerate, but wants to tell all the women to act traditional, right? And it's such a weird argument in the first place that it blows me away. Like, if you're not a moral man, don't expect a moral woman. Like, that's straight out the gate, first of all. And so, like, for me, I'm 41 years old. I've been married 17 years. I have children and a wife, and I bought my property, and I'm just tired of watching a whole bunch of single guys on the internet scream and yell about women doing the wrong thing. I know that they're doing the wrong thing, but they're not even doing the wrong thing according to the guys for the reasons that are the right reasons. They're just screaming because they want a better lady. Okay, every man wants a better lady, but you want a better lady because you want to go play with all the bad ones first. Like, bull. Get over yourself. Get to the business of fixing society instead.
No, yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't want to out myself here, but I am a moderator for a red pill channel, and he's the only one that is actually married, is starting, and that sort of thing. So he is walking what he's doing the walk, right? He's doing what he's preaching. But I noticed that the people in that community, there's a lot of soy boys in there, and it's hard to tell where that line, I guess, is being crossed as well, because a lot of the times, yeah, the content is okay, women are stupid and da da da, but he shits on everyone because there's stupid people on both sides.
Absolutely. There's enough stupidity to go around for sure.
Yeah, but the hate mainly comes from the women, and again, because you can go on TikTok, you can go on any of these social media, find endless amounts of hours of just stupidity. And yeah, I think that since it is an echo chamber, because again, they're going in there and they're like, yeah, believe all these ideas, whatnot. But again, they do tend to show their colors in a sense, as far as being simps or even worse Well, I don't even know if there's anything to listen.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
I have a saying that I say in people's chat sometimes, and it's all pills are poison. Christ is the cure. If you're following an ideology that's based around a pill that signifies some swath of ideas rather than just following Christ's teachings, you're probably following the wrong thing.
No, I agree.
Um, I understand the utility in some of Red Pill's teachings. I get it. And I watched a crap ton of content long before I ever decided to do this. And it possibly is some of the pushing power behind why I'm doing this is because I've just watched too long all these people just prattle on and on about what they want the world to be rather than taking steps to actually make it happen. I get talking about it on the internet is trying to spur that to happen. Bree, I think you're echoing a little bit.
We need a riot in the streets. I think we need to step it up a notch, guys.
We tried to let you rest in
right.
peace, Abe, but we needed you, man. Sorry.
Am I still echoing?
There's a little bit of an echo on K2's side.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I hear it.
hold on.
So, but that was part of the reason that pushed me to this is like I see too
How about
much
now?
of all. I still hear it a little bit. It's not like loud. It's subtle in the background, but I feel like there's tons of content out if you want to hate women. There's tons of content out there if you want to feel enraged about men not being able to find women. But all they're telling guys to do is get your money up and get fit and all this stuff. And I'm like, yes, I agree. That is good to teach men to do. But there's more to it than that, because if that man isn't a moral man, the package is incomplete.
Real quick, Abe. Chase is saying for K2 to turn off his echo cancellation. You know what that means?
Oh, he just muted.
Or maybe Abe. Abe, do you have echo cancellation? Is that you?
No, because I don't have any sound. I
don't know StreamYard's too much, but I know you have control over all of our stuff.
Oh, do
So
I?
I'm not sure if it's on K2's side or on Abe's side. Testing 1 2. I don't hear it.
Now I check.
Hello?
Oh, right. I had to cancel the thing. I did what Chase said.
Yeah, I don't hear it.
Yeah.
I don't hear any echo.
Much better.
W Chase.
Good job, Chase.
Sorry, go ahead, Abe.
The spicy beaver wins again.
Tequila beaver.
Yeah, no, there's too much going on in this world that's priming people in a direction without good advice. Like, yes, if you're a man, you should get fit. Yes, as a man, you should earn what you can. Yes, as a man, you should get your life together. But the way that you're selling this is they don't have to be moral men. They just have to be rich studs and they'll be good to go. And it's like, well, then we will still continue to fall apart because you're telling guys to go out and sleep with as many women as possible and get used to it. Well, okay, you're going to go deflower as many women as possible. And then you're going to complain that there's not enough women for the men. So like, which
There's
one is
more
it?
women to deflower. What are we going to do?
Right. Like, it's a stupid position. Like, you shouldn't be deflowering women. You should be living with morals and standards. And if you're not, after doing all of those things, then you're still that incomplete package that isn't the good man.
Well, like, to me, I feel like the whole end goal of the red pill is to not go down as a broke virgin, right? And
Sure.
it's like, I don't know. I feel like Jesus kind of went down as a broke virgin, didn't he? Like, stop me if you've heard this one before. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I think there's honor in a man that worked hard and was moral and did good and didn't get a woman. And I'm not saying that is how it should be. But if he stood to his morals, even to the point of not finding a mate, I find more honor in that than the guy that slept around with all the women and has all the money and is good looking. I don't see the virtue in that man.
Well, I feel like guilt and shame is such a natural thing, and I've been told since I was born, like, don't pay attention to that. Just go be you, go do your thing. Don't worry about what anybody else says. And it's like, no, you should, right? Like, the whole reason people worry about you is so you don't become a weirdo, so they don't have another weirdo in their society that they have to worry about, right? Like, don't be a weirdo,
Well,
dude.
and that's a nasty trick of perception as well, actually. You can tell people, don't worry about what people think about you. That's fine. But don't tell them that it doesn't matter. Because what people think about you does actually matter. You can function without worrying about what the whole world thinks about you, but only if you're a moral human being. Because if you're being moral and you're chastised for being a good moral being, that's probably a good reason to be chastised. If you're being chastised because you're an evil piece of crap, then you probably need to look at yourself.
Yeah,
And
I feel like this is where all the seculars really start to fall apart. This is where the objectivity of morality comes into play.
Yeah.
You know, like, no matter what society says, there's a moral code you can follow, and it's a really, really, really good one. No matter what time it is, it's, you know, no matter what time of day, no matter who's in charge. And it's so weird whenever people say that the Bible and Christianity is meant to, like, brainwash and enslave and stuff like that, when really it's saying, no, you put God above everyone, like yourself, your king, your wife, your kids. You put God above everyone. And it's like, he's not going to change. He's not going to tell you, like, something's okay today that wasn't yesterday. Like, it doesn't matter what year it is, you know?
Right.
That's very true. Yeah.
Right. Well, that actually goes to everything, right? Because, like, Doom, if you think about this, if you go to a McDonald's in Washington, and then you go to a McDonald's in Texas, and then you go to a McDonald's in Pittsburgh, they have the same hamburgers. Why is that? Because there's a standard across the board. It's made a specific way. There are rules to how it's done.
Yeah, dude, there's a standard for how much rat feces can be in your food.
Well, that's the point.
It's not zero either. Just throwing that out there. It's not zero.
I got that. But my point is, the point is an undergirding foundation across the board is what makes functionality possible. It literally makes the functionality possible. The reason that it's a wealthy super corporation is because it has a foundation of standards across the board that allowed them to do it the same everywhere, and people knew exactly what they're getting everywhere they go. And that's the same as morality. It needs to be a solid foundation across the board for all the people, and everything will function correctly. The moment that gets tilted to the side or off balanced enough, chaos ensues. And I'm not saying that it's ever been 100%, but, like, we're at a point now where I feel like the tipping point is, like, under us, or was at the very least. So I can't see how you could teach people to be a degenerative and expect that the world will become a better place.
I don't think that's what they're expecting, Abe.
Well, that's exactly right. Because selfish gain is more important to the degen than the betterment of all.
Yeah. We're a very selfish society.
Well, if only people knew that the less selfish you were, the better it is for everyone.
If they try that with socialism, I'm sorry, I'm just joking.
No, it's not even that. It's just like, don't harm others to harm others. Don't take if it's not yours. Don't, like, all the everything. Like, it's just wild to me how much we are okay with in this day and age. Even 20 years ago, most of what we allow today wouldn't be. You go 20 years before that, even less, and even less, and even less, until you realize, holy crap, every step forward we've taken is 10 steps back in the grounds of morality, in the family, in everything. And I don't know. I feel like a clarion call needs to happen to the world that it's time to buck up and do right and get better. Because if we don't, we have sacrificed it all.
Yeah, like technology has really been just taking the forefront of everything. And I don't feel like we've been building morals to kind of stand out with it. Like, Abe, like whenever you were talking about going live, it was 50 subs to do it from your phone, right?
Yep.
But it's free to do it from your PC, your laptop.
Yep.
And it's like that it kind of makes sense. It kind of doesn't, right? You're like, why do I need 50 for a phone? But at the same time, it's like, do you guys remember Facebook Live? Like you could just kind of go anywhere.
Yep.
There's a phone, there's a camera attached to your phone, so you can go anywhere and mess with anybody and cops and stuff like that. So it's like there's technology that's popped up to where like anybody can take a picture anywhere and post it anywhere at any time. And I don't feel like there's anybody saying, don't do that. Do not do that. You know, like we're not following it. We're just kind of letting the machine go.
Yep. Yeah. There has to be responsible control. We got our echo back, it sounds like.
Testing.
Yo.
I'll turn my mic off.
Is it you, though?
Is it me again?
I don't know
thought
who
I
it is.
fixed it. It's free.
Oh, I don't hear it now. Oh, I do.
Oh, it might be the tractors in the background.
Well,
That right by
mute
me.
yourself and we'll see if we hear it again. Hello? No. I don't hear it now. Weird.
Is it me?
No, I'm not listening to YouTube and StreamYard at the same time. Are you crazy? See a tractor that drives by me every once in a while.
I've done it plenty of times.
Is that tractor listening in?
No, he's just driving by me.
Is he blaring this live at the tractor right now?
That would be so funny.
No. No.
You don't know that. You don't know that, K2.
Hey, it's LD.
Hey, LD.
Now
LD,
listen here, you bloody cunt.
LD, what's the corn restrictions in the motherland, in the Queen's land?
Yeah, why don't you get up here and tell us? Wait, is it still pinned to the top or not?
Yeah, it's up there.
Okay. Yeah.
But you know
LD,
what
you
I
should jump
noticed from when you said people should stop being selfish, try to help people and shit like that. I noticed that people will take advantage of that and fucking how do I want to say that? Take advantage of your kindness and then for their own selfish need and stuff like that.
So long as we allow the victim mentality to fester, it will continue.
Wow. I'm just saying, it seems like if you try to do something nice for someone, they just end up
expecting more.
Expecting more.
Expecting another fish.
Let's say
that comes back to a lack of the moral foundations. Again, it all relies on a strong moral foundation. Without it, they'll keep taking. They'll keep getting.
I agree.
If they had moral foundations, if they had moral foundations, they would not continue to do that because they know what they're doing is wrong.
And not only that, but I can use my anecdotal experiences on this. As far as myself, I'm pretty nice to people, but people also know that they can't buck with me.
I don't know. You're very mean to me in chat, Bree.
I know that's a lie, but
she cleans up after you all day, dude.
He's not wrong.
Bucket after bucket after bucket.
No, but what I was saying is, people know the people that know me in real life. They know that if they mess with my money or if they mess with my time, they don't get to have the privilege of still talking to me or still associating with me or anything like that. But again, I'm very nice in general. It's just I think that there is a fine line as far as that, and I think that as yourself, you have to let people know that. Because people will take advantage of you. There's gonna always be that one person who wants to take advantage of your kindness, but you have to be smarter than that.
Yep. I think it comes back to the same thing, though, still, like with the moral foundation. If you are a strong moral person, you also shouldn't allow yourself to be taken advantage of. Right? So I think that you should look at the situation and go, wait, is this the right thing to do to help this person? And sometimes we're going to make mistakes. We're always going to make mistakes. We're human beings, but you're going to make less mistakes if you're looking at it objectively from a moral standpoint than you are being led by your nose.
Yeah,
Because-
and consider what's at risk before you just go helping. You know, like be
Absolutely.
prepared for things to go as worse as possible before you say yes to stuff.
Oh, of course, I agree.
Well, that's why we have the saying, no good deed goes unpunished, right? Like, where'd that come from? Yeah, but we all know it.
Pre-trip.
Nihilist? I don't know.
But we all know it. That tells you something about the society that we live in. So,
Let's
Okay,
say
I
more,
think
but
we-
I'm doing a pre-trip right now.
yeah. I think we whipped this horse a bunch. Now, that doesn't mean we have all the answers, but we know what needs to happen.
Pro nuclear family propaganda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
And this
I
is
think
where I
that'll
would
go a lot
complete-
farther than anyone expects it to.
That's I would agree 100% with the Crucible crew.
Pregnant
on
lady
that.
with a big guy, hand, arm over her shoulder, you know, just 10 seconds of
Right.
that on air. Don't even say anything. Just show them happy. Just show them happy. Have one kid run up to the knee, you know,
Yeah,
and
you're not wrong.
no association, no website, no nothing.
I think Trump, he has a good idea. Like he wants to give a big tax credit to people trying to have a family to get that going. I think
did
you need
see
more
that.
stuff like that to encourage.
Yeah. Get
I
out
think
of
maybe like
no
a
fault
push
divorce.
like that. Push like that, yeah.
No fault divorce needs to go.
It has to. And that's not to say that people should be able to
I'm not
get
in it
out of
anymore.
relationships.
Or at least if they have kids in common. I can
I
see if
just-
it's two people, whatever. But like kids in common, yeah. You two can figure it out, idiots.
That's the problem. The problem is nobody's going to work through things. Like if you don't work through it, then it's not actually a marriage. Like
Oh, yeah, no, not
that's
if there's an
part of
option out.
marriage.
If there's no fault divorce, that's the fish. That's not the fishing pole anymore, you know? That's just, I can just kind of walk out of this like any other thing, right?
Well, I do blame social media for that.
Yeah, it's a huge part of it for sure. Grass is always greener on the other side when it's on social media.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a plague. I mean, that is a plague. I can speak from my own experience of watching. I've been married this whole time, and all the friends I have that are married, I would say probably out of 50 or 60 couples, 2 or 3 are still together after about a decade. And it's like that is heartbreaking and terrible. And all the time, all around me, all the time, people in our community, people I've known, people that were friends of ours. And it's like, good Lord, like I get that like living with another human being isn't always easy, but you took vows. Like if your vows are unimportant, then nothing's important.
Well, it's that instant gratification that people are always striving for nowadays. It was always delayed, you know. And now, like I said, with social media, you are instantly gratified and scroll until you start doom scrolling, and you're like, okay, maybe I need to get some sleep. But it goes back to everything. If you're not happy with this relationship, oh no, no worries. There's plenty of fish in the sea. You can always find another one.
Yeah, and
Well, no.
it's really easy to get married too. Like you can just go to
True.
the courthouse, do it. It's so secular. Like it used to be, you had to get the church and your family and the whole town involved. Like, and if stuff happens, like people know, right? It's like now you can just go out for a weekend, get married to whoever, and whatever, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, most of the couples that I know that are married, they got married through the court, and it was cheaper, obviously. So a lot of the times that's why they do it. But also, a lot of people aren't religious anymore. So it just goes back to that and being moral and having this foundation for your relationship too. Because I think that if both if both partners are husband and wife are both religious, it goes a long way, as opposed to not having the religion in your life.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that turns marriage from 2 people into 3 people.
I would say that yes, we should, even at the chance that this would also be banned.
What are you talking about?
If we have to ban that, and they come for everything else, OF,
okay.
and they come for everything else, then ban it all. If that's what's needed, then do it.
To ban it, but they're just going to find ways around it. That's the problem.
That's true. But I'm not going to let one...
Well, at that point, why have laws at all? We're just going to find ways around it.
Even if there's a chance that they're going to destroy something else in order to get back at or stop people with morals from acting, it's still worth doing the right thing.
I get it, but I'm just saying that's it's gonna take I with you, but I'm just also they're just gonna find ways around it. At the same time, it's gonna be,
and that's why it's an everlasting battle.
The drug war is a great example. As soon as drugs got illegalized,
I fucking can't go anywhere, dude.
No, yeah,
everything smells like marijuana. It's fucking gross. I'm sorry I'm dabbing on people that smoke. And then I get paranoid when the whole place smells like it, because the government can go, hey, you need to drop piss. I get it. It needs to take a lot to go into your system to show up, but it's still can't you do this somewhere else? Campgrounds, you can't even, at home or whatever.
God forbid, just take a break.
No.
Save your money for a month,
if you smoke, that's cool, but what is always going to be in my face?
Just spreading the love.
Go to a concert. You go to a concert. You just fucking go.
Just trying to help you out, man.
I'm not sure I know what you meant.
Oh, whatever. I'm just ranting.
No, not you.
You know what really?
Not you, LP.
You know what really grinds my gears, LP? I'm sorry, LD. I said P.
So did I.
Go ahead, LP.
LP.
Well, LP.
Oh, jeez.
He could have come
One
up.
more
Propane.
before I
This
leave.
did not have to happen. He could have come up.
I invited him.
We'll change it to LP.
No, he said that
Got-
he got a job, but the client might not be there, so he might be able to hop on.
Yeah, I'm just being a smart
Got it.
ass.
Excuses.
God damn it, Bobby! I said propane, not cocaine.
God damn it. Go.
Oh!
Smoking the reefer.
What?
You always
dude,
got to
that-
blow it in
whoever
my
made
face
that-
like that.
Whoever made that song with Hank Hill, those rap songs with Hank Hill, Swayze.
Yeah, the Hank Hill
Oh
AI
my
is
God.
pretty good. I heard
Yeah.
oh, what was it?
My Swahili.
I don't know. It was some country song. They redid it in Hank's voice, and it just works. It just.
What?
All right. Well, do we have anything else we want to discuss? Why we need to bring jousting back, maybe?
I'm down
That's a good one.
I thought they slowly are.
for honor. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow, dishonor on your whole family.
Or duels? We could bring dueling back. That'd be good.
Yeah, I mean, there's already like mutual combat, right?
I mean,
Turn your
kinda.
high beams off.
Duels is a bit extreme. I feel like that's a Texas thing. I'd be okay if that was a Texas thing or a Nevada thing. I feel like they would go for it.
Oh, yeah, they would.
Something out west.
Well,
Well,
Except Austin,
Nevada's
maybe.
already got one. Texas already. Maybe that's an Arizona thing.
No, this is mine.
yeah.
Oh.
K2's just going to be Hank Hill for the rest of the night.
Oh, dude, it's always a crapshoot with you, man. Like your chats come in, and I'm like, is that to us? Like, I don't think my high beams are on.
Yeah, I was about to say medieval times. Brew crazy.
Word.
Word.
If she floats, she's a witch. If she sinks,
Oh my
it's a good Christian death, you know?
Oh, my gosh.
I think we should talk about what sandwiches on the next show Bree's going to be offering chat.
Oh, come on.
I don't know, all those buckets. Do you wash your hands? You wear
Yeah,
gloves?
I keep my hands very clean.
Okay.
Jeez.
You don't make food with your feet?
Abe, I'm sorry, Abe.
That's a wild speculation there.
I don't know. I don't know, Bree.
She'd have to have amazing toes to make sandwiches with her feet.
Grippers.
There's probably some degenerate that's like, that's a good idea
Okay.
right
I
now.
hope they're not in this chat because now they're gonna do it.
You guys know what to
Start
do.
a trend.
You know what to do.
Oh, that sounds like a pregnancy craving. Brew crazy. Peanut and pickle sandwich. That sounds like a
I'm a
pregnancy.
pickle Marty. Yeah.
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 I just
Cat.
still fucking shocked from what I discovered.
What'd you discover?
Oh, your ex.
Oh,
She's on a website,
Yeah.
is she?
So how
she's
did
on
you
a
find out?
website.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. Take us through it, bud. Take us through it.
So I said to my friends like a couple weeks ago, I'm like, wow, my ex texted me out of the blue. I wonder what it could be. And then they like, as soon as they heard that, they went to her Facebook page. They followed a couple links. and I guess, and which led them to Pornhub, and they're like, dude, she's on Pornhub.
That's terrible.
So did you watch it?
Dude.
I'll put the link in Discord.
No.
I don't want the link. I just want to know if you watched it.
No.
I did not watch it.
Okay.
I'm joking. I'm not going to do that.
Gross.
Should have been, did you finish? That should have been my question. Did you finish?
Did I finish? Coom? What?
No, you got it. You nailed it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's why you don't look up exes, K2.
Oh, I didn't look up the ex. My friends did because they were like, we wonder what she's been. Oh, look at that deer. Deer!
Oh
K2
my
kinda
gosh.
like
You better not crash on a live. That will not be good.
Correct.
Oh, the humanity.
Oh, the humanity.
Do you have a specific topic?
I don't. I am flying by the seat of my pants.
What's under the hat, Abe?
Yeah, what is under the hat?
What's under the hat?
Let's ask chat, see what they want to talk about. Oh,
There's
don't
stuff
hit me,
under there.
dude. Why are you backing up at me?
All sorts of things. You don't want to know. You don't want to know, man.
Well, I don't know if anybody was there for it. A VK, maybe, I don't know if it was my first one or not, but like I had a whole bunch of 1v1s in a row, and Bricky was against me at one point, and he's like, "What's under the hat? Can you pull a rabbit out of your hat?" And I was like, "I don't know. I have to trust you to take it off," and I haven't taken it off since. So, maybe one day I will pull a rabbit out of it. That'd be awesome.
Oh, he needs air. Does the hat hold your brains in?
Yep.
I can't take it off, man. It's the only thing holding the brains in.
Yeah. Well,
if I take off the hat, the spell ends. Like Frosty, dude. We dug you up and put the hat on.
That's awesome. You got it.
Your magic sandwich hat. Oh my god.
That's too good. That's too good.
Zombie.
Oh.
We could talk about how Amazon contractors have been really very unsafe lately and been deleting people because of their bad driving.
Is that really?
Yeah, there was one in Cuyahoga on I-75 that I guess they were a foreign. You can look it up on Bonehead Trucker. I don't mean to give it that, but the news is there. So local news is investigating. They're like, your owner operator has your DOT numbers on it, so you are partially to blame for having your driver that was out of service drive, and he didn't even hit the brakes when he rear-ended 3 people. And then there was one on I-35. He was going 80 miles an hour drunk and was a foreigner as well.
You have to
8
wonder.
people. That's why I don't use Amazon. I see what they've been using.
I will say I live in a pretty big city and everybody drives like an idiot here. I'm not saying I'm the best driver, but
you are a woman, so
yeah, exactly. I'm a 5 at best, I'm average at best. But
I've heard that about everywhere. Is there any place that actually has good drivers? because it's either you go far enough rural that everyone's slow tractor speed, right, or drunk, or it's in the city where just no one deserves one.
Well,
right?
I've been all over. So the worst places are the no fault insurance because no one's at fault. Like
what?
Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no fault insurance. Yeah, no fault insurance. So like Michigan, whatever other states.
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
not
go to
familiar
Michigan
with which ones
all
are
the time,
no
so,
fault. Are they all like kind of in the
Yeah.
same area, or is it sort of spread out?
It's state by state. That's a state decision.
Okay. So like is like Florida one? Is California one? Like I've heard those are awful.
I don't know. I don't live next to them like I do with Michigan.
Weird.
And you could definitely see the different types of driving styles. More risk. It's
Not good.
But it's usually worse in the cities.
Well, usually.
Like going out to Connecticut, there's people that just drive on the shoulder. They're literally going slow in the middle lane. Then you can't go into the left lane because you'll get a ticket. And then so you try to pass them in the right. Then they'll fucking go, oh, right there's my exit, and go right in front of you, which I have.
Good luck, everybody else.
Yeah, that meme.
Yep.
Massachusetts, everything on the
New
East
York.
Coast sucks on I-95.
Yep.
Yeah, there's so much in such a little.
Michigan sucks. Ohio's all right, depending on where you go, though. In the cities. But once you get out of the cities, it ain't that bad. Tennessee,
Yeah.
I didn't think was that bad unless you're in a big city. Kentucky wasn't bad. On I-49, 10 and stuff like that. Out there, didn't deal with anything. Montana wasn't bad. Utah wasn't bad.
I think you have to get like that blend, right? Like you get cities where things are high pace, high intensity all the time. So you got people that are over the top about getting where they're going, wanting to get there, road rage type stuff. And then you go ultra rural and you've got people that just don't care, Sunday drive style. And then you've got the in between where they're considerate, but they're also in a hurry. I think that's probably the best middle ground.
The worst I want to say is people who go slower than the speed limit in the middle lane. They cause the more problems.
I can see why a trucker would have an issue with them.
I can see why anybody would have an issue.
Well, but I mean, isn't like the left lane like kind of a big deal, like for a trucker? Like you can't really be in there too long, right?
Some states you're not even allowed in there. Like on I-75 right now in Ohio.
Yeah,
now
so like
in Ohio on the turnpike, I can't be in the left lane, but I can use the left lane to pass.
Right. So that makes the middle lane a whole lot more valuable to me or to you than it does to me. Yeah.
Then you get JB cunt that goes only 65 and they just camp in the middle lane while you got someone going 65.5. And then you got some guy that's scared to pass the truck driver in the left lane. That messes up traffic. And like what I was talking about earlier, where I try to pass, the guy was going slower, so I go up past him. He speeds up, and then I look like a dick because everyone's getting back in that right lane to pass me. Like, be aware, people. Be aware.
Yeah, they don't.
I'm governed. I work for a company, so I'm only governed at a certain speed.
Yeah, no, they don't care. They see you in a big truck and they automatically think you're better at the driving part. So you're more responsible. You look out for me. I'm just gonna move around you. You watch out for me with all your big mirrors. That's all that's going through their mind. They don't think that like you can't stop for the next mile. You know what I mean? Like if you push your brakes now, like how long before you actually come to a stop, right? Like how many blind spots do you have,
My biggest blind spot is on my passenger mirror. Like right there.
Yeah.
Sorry, my earpiece died. Okay.
I'm sure Abe knows what I'm talking about.
Say it again.
Oh, I said I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Blind spot. You said you did a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Or was
Yeah. Yeah. It's real friendly. And I swear people constantly stay there. Like they mean to.
That's what I like about having wiggly wagon, so I can wiggle, and then people freak out when they see the rear box. Give it just a nice little wiggle.
A little death wobble, yeah.
I
Scare them
don't
off
like
just
straight,
enough.
just enough. I don't like pulling big boxes.
Just give them a little first day jitters. Whoa, sorry everybody.
Exactly. My
Look out,
earpiece
guys.
died. Can you
hear
still
us,
hear
Abe?
me all right?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I just want to make sure
What?
that you're not hearing my computer.
No, you're good.
Okay.
What?
Okay, smarty pants. I'm not Grumple, okay? So, we went over a lot of stuff. You hear
Hold
my
on.
beard.
Ben Talk says he hears your beard still.
That's epic.
It's got an accent.
It's talking to Ben Talk. Inspiring.
Well, if ever I could inspire.
Is the beard speaking to you, Benta? What's it saying?
What indeed is it saying?
Well, what do you guys think? Did those bitches really go to space?
No, I don't think so.
There's
I
no
really
burn
don't.
marks. That's not how doors open, and they weren't in the water. They landed in the desert or something. No, go home. Go home. They came out with perfect hair. Their makeup was done. Nobody was sweaty or panicked or anything. I didn't see any control boards. I don't know. I'm pushing
Well,
X.
and then there's like the door was open ahead of time. Like they
Yeah,
opened it
yep.
from the inside,
Yep.
which is
Yep.
supposed to be impossible.
Yep. Yep. Pressure.
But I don't
Yeah.
know, man. I think it's a freaking PR stunt.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. If anything, they went real high up, right? And
Right.
then did one of
Right.
those falls back down where everything looks like it's 0G, but you're just you got limited
would make
time.
more
You
sense.
know, you can't do that for
I
very
mean,
long.
They do 0G training in like
Mm-hmm.
free fall. So it would
Yeah,
make
isn't
a lot
that
of
how
sense.
they did a lot of Apollo 13? Like the movie? Tom Hanks.
Yeah, they did a bunch of it. Yeah, in a cargo plane, probably like a C-130 or something.
Dude, animals do not like 0G. I've seen cats get taken on those things. And they can't. They want to flip around to be on their feet. You know, cats always playing on they just don't know which way down is now. So they start to.
Yep. Well, because they don't have the cognitive understanding.
They don't know what's going on. Oh,
They're
poor
not like,
Leica.
oh, this kind of makes sense.
Do you think she actually came in contact with the divine feminine energy?
No.
I
you
think
think
she
she's
rocks it
changed for the
all the
better?
time. I think she rocks it all the time.
She went up with it.
I think if anything, that's like a clear call to the Jezebel spirit, dude. I really do.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
I went up to heaven and all I saw was myself.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm surprised nobody else wants to jump up.
You gotta call
You can
people
come up.
out. Ben Todd, get up here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
tell
Ben,
them,
you do this pretty regularly.
come up here and tell everybody what you hear from my beard.
Get John up here so he can go coom.
John Beard?
Yeah, JB.
Is he still in chat?
He will
He
respond
was.
to that if he still is. If he's still in chat, he'll respond to that. He always does.
There he is.
Call sign. It's doing Morse code, you know.
Oh, if your dad doesn't have a beard, you have two moms. Well, I'd say that's true unless they aren't allowed to have a beard for some reason.
Firefighters can't because they're masked.
Yep,
I
gas
wasn't
mask.
allowed to have a beard. I wasn't allowed to have a beard straight up shaved. If you had any stubble, they would give you a razor and let you go shave in the bathroom.
For truck driving?
Yep.
What about a mustache? Is a mustache okay?
Mustache was okay, but it couldn't be anything farther than your lip edges.
Okay,
It was
if
stricter than the
a
military.
beard,
Shine boots.
Mhm. So
Shine
like
boots.
If that company was owned by a vet.
shine boots.
Say what? Sorry, I might be in it. I seriously didn't hear you, so I was asking. Oh, anyway, they changed that rule with the no beards until when C-19 happened. Then they're like, "Oh, we'll let it go."
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say like a beard is just not in the books for whatever reason. You're, I don't know, a truck driver or something. Like, can you substitute the beard for a mullet? Will that do?
No.
What?
Mullets are of the devil.
What? What do you mean?
Just kidding.
I'm here for
I'm
it.
just kidding.
I'm ready to learn.
I'm just kidding.
Is it the party in the back part? Is it the
Nope.
deception? You know, like you're
actually
one way, but then you walk away and it's a different way.
No, it's funny because Jess was talking about mullets. You guys were talking about mullets in Jess's chat yesterday, and my wife overheard it, and she's sitting across the bar from me in our kitchen, and she goes, no time ever is a mullet okay. That's wrong. And I'm like, she just like out of the blue, she was like sitting there playing a video game, and looks up at me and says that from my video, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'll let him.
I had mullets a few times in my life. When I was younger, you had the hockey flow, the hockey hair, called a hockey mullet.
I don't know. I think it's like other people said. It's either you like it or you hate it. Like there's not really an in between on that one.
And that's when I got. Then when I went full time, that's when in driving, that's when they were like, can't have your hair any longer than I think they, what was it, touching your neck or whatever. That's as long as your hair could be.
Huh. That's funny that a trucking company did that. It makes you wonder about the ownership.
Well, they deal with a lot of customers, and I can't say too much.
That's fair. No, that's fair. That's absolutely fair. If you're dealing
You
with the
do a little
public, it
bit
makes
more
sense that
than
you want to be
just.
presentable.
You do a little bit more than just driving a truck. There's other aspects to it.
I don't know. I think the mullet lifestyle adds a little bit of testosterone. That adds a point or two, doesn't it?
If
The little
Smoking
old I don't
Space
give a
Man
fuck.
was
You know?
here,
I have
if
no
Smoking Space
idea.
I don't
Man,
fucking care.
I had no
if Smoking,
idea.
the
Go
Smoking
ahead.
Spaceman here. The Smoking
I
Spaceman
don't know.
here.
I don't know. Ask chat. Is Smoking Spaceman here? I don't think I've seen him in my chat unless he was earlier.
I'm sorry. I'm getting a little sleepy here.
Well, you don't have to stay, but it was nice to have you up.
No, yeah, I appreciate it.
You can't. You can't go to sleep. I need someone to follow me across the internet, clean up my messes, Bree.
Oh my gosh.
The bucket closet is currently closed, though.
It is close. No, but you guys have a good night, okay?
Awesome. Thank you,
You
Bree.
too, Bree. Thank you for coming up. So, who else is coming up? John, are you coming up or what? K2 said you got to come up.
Yeah, he did. He blew the horn.
You did.
He lit the fire, the coom fire.
Oh my gosh. That's gross.
No, that's K2.
Is his middle name gross?
I thought it was
Maybe.
Keep On.
Keep on trucking.
No, Truckin's his last name.
Well, you know. Thought maybe it was all his last name.
Could be. I don't know. I don't know K2 personally.
Well, I'm just glad he has I'm glad he has 4 names instead of 3. That's all.
K2 man from K2 land.
Anyone ever notice? I was trying to get my name to be K Square. But
Yeah.
then everyone Grid started just reading it as K2, and now it's just K2 forever.
There's no square button.
Okay.
You have to do an alt thing.
Yeah, you got to do an alt code for that. Thank you for coming up, Bree.
Thank you,
awesome.
Bree.
Why
She
didn't
couldn't
Jess
hang.
come up?
She couldn't hang.
Jess was in there and then she left. She should have
She
come
couldn't
up.
busy.
hang.
She's doing stuff.
Gosh. Always stuff to do.
Dude, it's already the next day there. There's no time.
Oh, I know.
There's
They're
no
always
time
in the
over there.
future. Futureland.
I don't know how she does it. Talking to these morons in the past. So behind.
Oh my gosh.
She's
She always knows more
living
because she's in the future.
She's great for a smoko.
She is great for a smoko. I could play a smoko. I think I could play a smoko. I bet I could.
Yes,
If I don't-
John Cassell. John Cassell's asking if Bree is British, and that's a hard yes.
What?
Rodriguez,
What?
yeah.
What? That is the strangest question ever. Did you
We all
listen
heard
to
the
her
accent.
voice?
What?
She
We all heard it.
Is that a knock at Kat because people
I
thought
don't
Kat
know.
was British even though she's got a southern accent?
I thought Bree was more from the East Coast.
She sounds like yeah, like an East Coaster. Like she's got a little bit of twang, but not a lot of twang. So she's not from the South. She's somewhere east.
Oh, Peter.
At least she's not from Boston, because that fucking terrible accent.
Yeah.
Oh,
From Worcester, Massachusetts, or Worcester, not Worcester. What do they call it? Worcester, Massachusetts.
What a beautiful
we found a
language.
John.
Hold on.
There he is.
Worcester.
Hey, John.
Hello. Worcester, Massachusetts. All right, I can't do a
John?
Worcester accent.
How's it going?
G'day, guys. What's happening?
No.
Coom.
Oh, coom for the emperor.
He goes.
Yeah. Emperor.
For the emperor.
I just tell you. Yeah, I had to just butt in, but you've got to be. I've got to be careful where you put that.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think some people quite get the joke. But anyway,
Especially,
That's part of the joke, though. That's like the biggest part of the joke, you know.
it is indeed. If they are not from our Breakfast Club group and they don't get it, it's extra funny. Like extra.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's some panels where I just randomly just put coom, and then someone's like, "What does coom mean?"
yes. What is? Yeah, I've been asked a few times now.
Do you tell them to Google it?
Try and stop.
Yeah.
Google it.
It's exactly what I say.
And
Google it.
There's this one dude. I told him, I'm like, start playing with your, and let us know.
Oh my god. That's terrible.
Yeah. Usually, I'd go and say Google it, but it may not be work friendly or work safe.
Fair.
Just in case. Never know
Fair.
where people are, whose computers are on.
Probably fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying to remember.
So who have you had on tonight? I've listened to most of it. But...
K2, Doom, Bree, me.
It started with Cursed.
Oh yeah, Cursed was up first. Yeah, we had a conversation about
Cursed was the first.
the semantic arguments that are made between sexual work and other sexual work, and how they basically fall into the same category because definitionally they are the same.
So essentially, they're all. So what you're basically saying is essentially anyone involved in corn to paid.
Yeah. Is there really
Yeah,
that big of a
paid.
difference between photos and physical?
Well, if it results in coom, well, they're probably all 304s. Yeah.
Right. So that's basically what we were talking about, and then kind of got into the realm of like the reason you semantically bunch things in those types of categories is because the wrong is equal. There's an equivalent across the board for what it is. And so if you're going to argue it from the against side, it makes all the sense that they are one and the same thing, even if there is varying degrees of them.
Yes, I'd agree with that. But obviously, the way people are going to judge that out in the real world isn't going to be that straight black and white. Like they are going to judge a picture differently to how they picture someone getting that physical for money.
You are correct.
So
Well,
I hate to say it,
Reese
but maybe there is something on the other side to some degree in that one is worse than the other, but they are all in the end the same.
I am not. Yeah, by no means am I saying that the outcome is the same. I'm saying the ideal of the two and the effect on society is nearly the same.
Is a negative.
In the way that they're negative. Yes.
Yeah.
The physical side, obviously, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens as well as. However, it still equates to the same conditioning in the human. So.
So this is coming back to obviously the debate that Sarah had on hers.
Yes.
I assume this is where a lot of this is coming from.
Yep.
And I believe what was it? It was, I've forgotten what the exact topic was, but it was having a negative effect on society. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was either realistically in that it's got a positive or a negative. Yeah, the positives are pretty difficult to justify with all the negatives.
Yeah, I can see it being a thing for, say, the percentage of men that will never or can never find a woman or something like that. But even then, you're still creating an atmosphere where a brokenness happens in those men, even that makes a change in them for the worse. So it's still not even good for them.
Hold on, guys. I don't mean to interrupt. Hey, Bree, I want to take a guess since you said you're on the East Coast but the South, and you didn't have any accents going on. I want to guess Virginia. Virginia. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's good. I just but anyway, when I was talking to Curse, it was more along the lines of, yes, I will recognize that there is a difference between these two actions. However, they are semantically the same, and their outcome is just as negative on society as a whole. And I think it's pretty easy to show that, honestly.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Because obviously a lot more people would, in their lifetime, look at a lot more porn than what they would on, as far as the percentage of the population would participate in paid activities that were physical.
Right. And then
so it's got a much broader base in the corn than what.
Mm-hmm.
So it could. All right. Yeah. All right. That's.
Well, you're in training behavior too. You're changing.
Yeah.
In training behavior. So it's. I don't think that you could even if you went to the fields that they would try to use to prove that it's not bad, even in those fields, they're going to say it's bad. Even in the psychology field, you're still going to say there is these huge negatives that are glaring in the data that we have. So, like, I don't know how you could escape that.
I hadn't quite thought about it that
I'll show
way.
you
As
how
far
I
as
escape it. I actually got to start running.
Yeah.
Triple B is sounding the horn, so I got to go help her out for a little bit.
Oh,
Abe, if you're
okay.
still running, I'll hop back up. But it looks like you're doing great, man.
Cool beans. Thank you.
JB, K2, great talking to you, dude. Abe, thanks for having me up. If you need
Later.
anything, just let me know, guys.
Yes, sir.
Bye.
Dude,
Have fun.
have a good one. See you, dude, man. Yeah, look, that's interesting as far as the people that are affected, as far as the percentage of the population. And so those numbers, even if per the individual isn't necessarily as bad,
Right.
it's such a huge percentage that makes for a lot of negative effects.
Right. Huh. Well, and you got to ask yourself, like, when this is happening, what sexual expectations then arrive in the minds of the people that are constantly consuming that, right? And
I can tell you.
Well, I know you can. That's the point. That's the point. The point is that if you take the small amount that could actually go out and get that woman they paid for versus the ones that sit at home and do it, the percentage of people that are doing it that way is going to be so much higher, and then their brain is literally broken in what it looks like to have that sexual relationship. And so it literally is just as bad as the people going out and doing it.
I still even think it's even like that for people that aren't making contact, because some of these girls are being told that their kitty's worth money and a guy has to do a lot for it. So now the guy expects to get it on the first date after he spends a whole lot of money on the first date. And it's just turned into, what's the word I'm looking for? Basically like prostitution, but it's without being called a. I'm trying to use code because I don't want to get you.
No, it is. You're absolutely right.
Are you
You're
saying
absolutely
the word that starts with E?
right.
I said it with an R. It's a P, but I used an R instead.
All right. All right. Yeah, all right.
Prostitution.
Boston
Yeah, I'm not.
tuition?
Prostitution.
Oh, see,
I don't
this is
know. I just
TikTok
made up
brain.
something in my head.
This is TikTok brain. We've been kind of molded into, manipulated into making these silly words up to.
There's the game too, isn't it? Because if you can change what people are allowed to say, you change how people think.
And the
Correct.
pronunciation. You're gonna have a bunch of kids running around and young adults, running around saying schmecks instead
Right,
of
right.
like
But even the concept changes as the words change. So
ha.
if
Yeah.
you delete words completely and they fall out within a couple generations, the concept of the word is gone. If you change the way a word is said, you could even change how that word is perceived and thought about. And it's like, I don't like people messing with language like that, because that's how you literally change entire swaths of people. We know this. Like,
Well, that's
people think,
generational, well,
yeah,
multi-generational effect. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So and that's interesting because obviously the company that owns TikTok, um, yes, is a company from overseas, and they think on a really long-term sort of basis. So not your 3, 5 year, 10-year plans. They work on, I think it's a 30 or 50-year plan,
Yeah,
which would fit into your ideas of it being multi-generational,
yeah. Well,
changing the words, changing the meanings.
yeah, and we've seen it. Obviously, we've seen it in the real world, but we've also seen it in media, right? You see it in 1984. You see it in all these books. We were getting warnings. That's what that was, because the communists did the same thing before. So it's the
Yeah,
same
well,
game.
well, it's still happening, but I guess the big thing is where is it coming from? And you've got what is it, Yuri Bezmenov? He warned everyone about it once he came to
Yep,
America,
yep.
and he
Who
spelled it
bans
out pretty
words?
clearly, and it's quite obvious that,
Well, who bans
to me
words?
at least. um,
Who bans words?
They banned Catcher in the Rye after they banned a whole
Yeah,
book.
yep,
the oppressive.
But
exactly.
So whoever plans on oppressing you,
Yeah, that's true. It could be either group of people in charge, but the truth of the matter is, at this point in time, I don't see it in the U.S. I don't see it as much from, say, the conservative side. I don't. They don't want to get rid of a whole bunch of words. They just want to stop the actions of the bad words.
like them
So,
trying to ban all
well, that
degenerate movies, let's say. Yes. Well, no,
I
like,
get it.
yeah,
I
degenerate
get it.
movies. I hate saying corn.
Yeah, well, that's why I keep saying sexual or sex work.
Nah.
Because I don't want to play the game of saying a different word. I don't. So,
yeah, I find usually if you just use the plain language, it's not too bad. Usually, but
fair.
just don't use really bad stuff. Well, there's obvious ones. I think most of us probably watch enough content. I personally haven't had enough practice on panels to be great at it, but I'll try. I'll try.
Axel Folly, I agree with that 100%. That's exactly what I was talking about when I was talking with Kirst at the beginning. What fires together wires together. So if you're doing an action repeatedly, you are literally wiring your brain to do that action. If what you're doing is watching that aggressive online material, you're training the brain to do that. You're training expectations and you're training actions in the brain.
Yeah, like catching the ball. Yeah,
Yeah.
Habits.
Cat's back.
Then
Does anybody else want to jump up? Yeah, it's crazy how much of this seems to me to be common sense, really, but it doesn't get seen that way by the general public, and that's usually because of a slander of the idea, right? It's to make it seem nonsensical enough that it gets pushed off and called stupid or unrealistic enough that it just doesn't seem true to people, which is, it's crazy to me because some things are logically linear. Like you can see exactly how it fits the logical path, and yet people will say that's stupid. That's not how it works. And it's like, okay, sure.
You'd think so, you'd hope so, but I think people are just so busy earning a buck, feeding their family, keeping the roof over, all that sort of stuff, that they don't have the time like a lot of us do to actually sit down and watch a variety of content. And so all they do is they just turn on the commercial media, and they just get basically marketed to all day long, all night long.
Yep.
And media is really good at that. They're well practiced. And most of the media is made up of the left. Doesn't help.
True. Absolutely true.
People are just. I'm not sure that
trainable.
Trainable, busy, just willing to take what's easiest as far as information goes.
Right. Well, and that's an old concept, John. So when you look at this, it's like you turn off your processing, reasoning mind when you do something that is for enjoyment. So if you're listening to music, watching movies, whatever, you suspend disbelief in order to watch this movie, and that implants all kinds of things because your critical thinking receptors are not stopping things from getting in.
Yep. It's essentially it's hacking humans. Yeah,
it is.
It is. Yeah, and we do it. We do it to ourselves sometimes on purpose, but there's money in doing it to us. Yeah, that's that's the funny world we live in. But yeah, I think the big thing is I guess when people had time, or they were busy so working, they lived in their communities, and now people have to drive so far, and we talk to people from all over the world, that there's a huge amount of information as well that we didn't necessarily have as much of. So it could almost be an overload of information. Overload of information, so that you do sort of bypass it. Yeah, all right.
And you're wallowing in it, right? There's so much you're flooded on a constant basis. So what are you going to do?
Pay the bills.
Right.
That's yeah. There's people that get paid big bucks for doing that sort of stuff.
Absolutely.
And then people pulling those strings, and people pulling other strings. So it's always hard to.
Game of control.
If we can't spot it, or certainly people a lot smarter than what I am that look at the same content can't spot it, and it takes a lot of time.
It does.
It takes a lot of time and a lot of patience, not calling things out too early, whereas people will just call it out and repeat what they're told from the mainstream media, and that's the majority. Whereas a lot of people that maybe know what's happening or have a good idea what's happening will just keep their mouth shut because they're still not completely convinced.
Right. Well, you think about this, like, I don't know about you, but growing up, I always thought the news just told the truth. Like that was just a thing when I was young, I thought.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Back, we'll just say, 22 years ago sort of thing. Yep. When a lot of stuff started happening overseas. I certainly did. I was, I think, about 17, 18 back when that happened. And you just believed it all.
Yep.
What else was there to do? Especially with the internet the way that it was, everything came off the TV. Realistically, you didn't. I personally, even though I was on computers a bit, my news came off the TV. It didn't
Right.
come off Google or Yahoo or whatever it was back then.
Right. That was the tradition. You'd sit and watch the evening news, and you thought they were giving it to you straight. And so we're all conditioned, like especially our generation, is conditioned to trust what the news is telling us.
It'd be interesting, the statistics on that. Trust in the media year 2000 versus trust in the media 2025.
I bet you it plummeted.
I would have thought so. Certainly in America, with what's happened, I'd be guessing the last 5 years, or a few years. There's been a lot more stuff going on, with Trump and Biden, and your politics is crazy stuff.
Wild.
It's
It's wild.
drama.
It is a country soap opera.
It shocked me how Canada went so far to like almost touching communism. In my opinion, I could be wrong.
Yeah, look, people.
Well, they're pushing for it though.
How so? But communism or more kind of capitalist, socialist kind of?
Right? It's a soft communism, right? Because we're not. You couldn't sneak it in.
I know what you're saying. I know what you're trying to say, but then you going and calling it communism's a little bit strong because it's
because they were always socialist. I don't know what else to describe it.
Well, let's go back though, because if we look at communists, they said, if we look at communists of the past, they literally told us that socialism is the road to communism. So, like, what comes after socialism? It's communism, right? Like that's a logical progression.
And then on to but then on to, but what would it be? Communism under corporations, and then we can have the New World Order come into it as well. So,
well, it would just be it would just be the new brand, right?
Well, there's another form of socialism that we can't talk about with the windmills.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right on that one too. Actually, that one, holy smokes! That's a god right there. That's what that is. That's that's an idol. in my opinion, obviously, but I don't know, man. People will defend that idea with their life. So, not that things don't need tended. It's just, man, it blows me away what people will gobble down in the way of ideology.
Of course, you'll open the way station right when I go by the sign. Oh.
They heard you cooming.
Yeah, they heard me
coom. Oh dear, that's Why do you need? Sorry, this is a bit off topic, but why do you need? Do you need that, like the way station for certification or some sort? Or
the way station,
or are you able to just?
They have to check each truck to make sure they're not overweight because there's weight limitations on the roads.
Yeah, so you don't want to go on that just to be careful, because obviously the guys in the warehouse times don't see the
if it's open, if it's open, you're obligated to go in and be weighed.
I got a red light. There's a way to bypass it, but you need a special thing. And you hear that?
Yep.
What's the red light?
Yeah, I'm being pulled in.
What does it mean?
It means he's getting checked. He's getting
weighed.
What?
Yeah, I have to pull in. I can bypass it if it's green. But if it's red, I have to come in. Oh, someone's running. I hope they get you. Oops.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so how does that work? Is that just on like a radio signal sort of thing, or
Yeah,
No,
they
when
got.
it opens, it sends out a signal that they're open?
Well, they got your regular signal for the people that don't have that in their cab that says you're open. Then you have to. You're obligated to go in. You don't have a choice unless you want to take the risk and run like that guy. But they could send a bear after you and maul you with tickets. And if you're overweight, you're due to inspection, and they will give you an inspection, go over all your stuff.
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
If the sign says open, all commercial vehicles.
Okay, I'm looking at buying something at the moment. I might need to do some research on what the rules are for that stuff here. Okay,
There's,
I hadn't. All right, so
I think,
yeah, actually, it'll be the same here. The commercial vehicles probably do, but then if I make it a private vehicle, it won't. All right,
it's a little bit
that's something I need
different.
to
You got to
actually
put
think
not for hire. I think that's, but I don't know if they are subject to the same rules then.
Yeah, we've got similar. We've got similar sort of checks here that happen, but I've never driven trucks. I've driven commercial vehicles, but not trucks, like big trucks. That's
Even the box trucks have to go through because those are commercial vehicles.
yeah, I've driven those, but just sparingly. You know, end of the Friday night, and shit didn't get done, and so jumped in the truck for a few hours after work and gotten what the guys didn't get delivered done.
Like they're a little iffy on that. They say as long as you have DOT numbers, you have to go through there when it's open.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's a pain in the rear, but that's why there's routes that people take that have no stops when they can.
Yeah. Yeah, there's always a better way to go.
Right?
Yeah. Look, if you need to, yeah, there's usually a better way to go.
That's fair.
But obviously, it's best to just do what the law says and play it safe, and keep your license. Number one, not worth the risk.
True.
Not worth. And so this is slightly off topic, but I do have something to go back to if that's okay. But K2, what sort of hours are you allowed to drive per day?
Me, what I can drive per day is 11 hours. They can extend you one time, but I got an on-duty clock of 14 hours.
Wow. Okay. Far out. That's more than I expected. All right. That's interesting. That's a long day. That's a long day.
So if I break down, let's say, that gives me 3 extra hours that won't eat away, or 4 extra hours. Well, no, I'm sorry. 3 extra hours that won't eat away at your drive time. So that gives you a little bit of leeway. But for like me, that goes from building to building to building to building. I could end up working a 14-hour day by the time this is done or whatever in half. Just because of extra work, and sometimes they'll go, hey, do you want to do some extra work? And I'll be like, yes, put it on me.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. If you've got that extra 3 hours or 4 hours left, grab it.
Yeah.
All adds up.
You can't use on-duty time for your drive time. They can only extend you. I forget how it is because it's been so long since I've been extended or anything like that. So.
Yeah. All right. So slight change back again. Abe, I heard someone mention like with the OF stuff. So with going back to
Yeah.
that sort of stuff, if OF was shut down, obviously shutting down the site wouldn't be really a fix because there's so much of that sort of stuff, and you can always set up new sites, and then at the same time, those sites can be hosted in other countries.
Sure.
And then onto VPNs,
Sure.
people can have, even if the country shuts down. So in Australia, there are some sites that we can't access at all because the government has shut it down for the country. But obviously,
Right.
with a VPN, you can get around that. In time, it's going to become more common for, I imagine if I was a 15-year-old now, or 12-year-old that liked computers, getting around that sort of stuff must be pretty easy.
I imagine so.
So
And that's I think that's the biggest issue most people that I know have with it. Like, I think it's cringy and nasty and wrong. But mostly I don't want young boys getting into what they ought not. I don't like any of it. I would love to see it be so frowned upon that it was just not normal at all. But I don't know how you do that. And I agree with you. Even if you took it out, even if you banned the site, there's the only thing you could do is ban the production of it. Period.
which is possible, but obviously there are women all around the world where that wouldn't. But no one's going to go to war to stop it.
No, you're right.
Being made.
You're right.
But so I guess that would come on to, everyone talks about, bring back shame, and I generally agree with that sort of idea. I think that shaming people does work. Does it always work? No. Can you go too far with it? Yes. But generally speaking, I think that the whole idea of shame and then shame into changing culture so that people will be less likely to go down that path.
Right.
So that would mean changing the way television, Hollywood.
So yeah,
it's pretty
I
big.
would say the bigger piece to the puzzle for me would be along the lines of I think most people in my type of mentality would like to see a cultural change towards higher moral standards. And
Yes. Yeah.
whatever we have to do to make that happen is the better option of all options. Like, even if you didn't ban a whole bunch of stuff and cut a bunch of stuff, creating a cultural movement with higher moral standards and propagating that outward to the world would be the best option we have to make positive change.
Yeah. Yes. And I guess you've got to start at some point. And it won't be a fast process at all.
No.
But if you don't start, it'll never get done at all.
Exactly.
And the internet's a wild place, and it's not going to get any less. It's a big world. There are lots of different types of people, and certainly in my experience, I've met some very interesting wink wink kind of people, whether it be from all sorts of walks of life.
So, Are You Crazy has a question. He said, ask yourself, you were born a 9 female. You can make millions guaranteed on the internet. What do you do? Good faith question. I would say for myself, I don't have a draw to I want a whole bunch of money. Like, I want to have a good life, even if that's a simple life. And I would rather not do the wrong thing. That comes, though, from a strong raising and moral undergirdings that were built in me over a lifetime. And that would be the only way you could keep someone who has that capability from wanting to do that, is good moral foundations. Like,
well, oh no, I'm sorry. I was thinking. I talked what I shouldn't have. Sorry, Abe.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Which you're not going to stop everyone. Like, there's going to be people that were raised with great moral foundations that are going to walk away from those foundations for that money. That happens. But the truth of the matter is, if each child was raised with strong moral convictions and held to them, and it was shamed by society, it would be far less likely to happen in the way that it is happening now. But that's what I would say. I don't know about anyone else.
All right, all right, I'll have a shot. All right, a legitimate 9 probably would have had the self-esteem to not just give things away easily. Now, hang on. How much money are we talking now? Just
Millions.
to make millions and millions. All right, so let's just go and say over a 5-year period, let's call it 20 million. It could be more than that. I look, honestly, what would I do if I was a legit 9 in that position? I think the ideal thing would be to have good morals, look for a person that has good morals, and you can possibly be a stay-at-home mum who's got a responsible husband that earns millions and millions. I think that would be better than putting your pictures all over the internet for family and friends to see.
And it's going to be there for good. Like, it's not like I don't think these young women realize when they're 35, all it takes is one breach from OF, and they are all open. Like, everybody has your picture everywhere. And like,
I don't get sometimes why people share so much stuff like that. I've been a little bit weirded out in the past, and I'm not going to exactly give away anything, but you won't find. I fucking hope you won't find anything like that of me online.
Why don't you get why they show their face eat at the same time? Like, there's some people that do it and they hide their face. There's always, you can deny, unless they got like a tattoo that only they have somewhere on there.
So they know that they're doing something wrong if they're hiding their face.
Yeah.
You know, you don't you don't go to a bank unless you've got a mask. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's,
I'm just saying, look, there's always that possibility of denying, and like none of them even think to do that.
But they're still doing it.
You know what I'm saying?
Guess.
Yeah, I know it's still doing it. I'm just saying they could always have that deny part. I'm just saying they're not even smart about it. I'm just saying they're not even smart about it if they're going to do it. You know what I'm...
But there's so many of them have tattoos and stuff like that. Well, I've never put my tattoo online except for one person. I'm pretty sure that's all good.
Well, isn't
otherwise I take any markings or anything like that off.
There's a certain level of pride that goes hand in hand with hedonism, and I think that pride of I can do whatever the heck I want, and it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks, and there's no consequences because it's just me, is a huge factor in this. Like, huge. If you worship yourself above all other things, you don't actually care if the world knows it's you, because you're the most important person in the world to you.
As in, yeah, okay, like the mental headspace that a lot of these women are now, in that they really believe that they're 10s when they're 4s. That's a big issue, and I've got no idea what to do about that. Like, that's in the house family sort of stuff, along with obviously commercial news and advertising and campaigns. And then they go and pass it on to their daughters. I don't know what sort of sons they, but I think that's more of a modern sort of thing. I don't really recall that growing up in the 80s and the 90s. Maybe in the late 90s it became more common. Late 90s, maybe. That could have been people I hung out with and my personal experience.
I don't remember females acting the way they do now then at all. Not even close to this level of I can get any man I want, back off. Like there was that one girl at school, you know what I mean? But it wasn't like every woman.
So it's the
Fucking
internet.
whales think they can get 10, think they're 10s. Fucking
And of course,
humpback whale.
Right, but of course what we're seeing primarily when we see those, what we're seeing is a panel of girls picked specifically because they're in that land of thought too, to be fair. Because if you're out on the street talking to random people or talking to somebody in the grocery store, I don't see it nearly as often in reality. Once, I swear it's like once a certain level of notoriety comes to a female who already has that moral disconnection happens, that's when it skyrockets for them. Like they go into delusion land harder and harder and harder. And I don't think that's all women in general. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure. I can't say I've got quite this. I see it too often that their self-worth,
so
like what they believe they are, I kind of already said it. Like all these women going around thinking they're 10s, that they deserve everything.
Right.
It is. It's an issue. It's not everywhere. I do know some. Look, to be honest, I'd go and say that it's the majority.
Would you?
Yeah, I probably would. Yeah.
Well, I mean, if it's been pushed since we were young, right? You're all that. You're important. You're special. You're better. You know, all of that has been.
If I was to say between the 18 to 35-year-old bracket, I'd say that it's the majority in the last 4 or 5 years that I've been talking with people a lot online.
So then there's a question that happens in my head, and that question is that them, or is that an entrained behavior because of the way society has trended and pushed its zeitgeist, if you want to call it that?
Well, we're malleable, so it's exterior things, obviously. So it's what we would call culture, or what we live, what we see, what we breathe, what we eat.
Right.
It's hard to say exactly what it is, because it would be a combination of everything that we do as we go through our day. And we're not aware of it because it would have been subtly done over time.
Yeah.
So it's hard for me to go and say it's this or that, because it's not one thing or the other. It's everything.
I think so.
And you can go into pharmaceutical sort of stuff. You can go into a broad range of stuff. It's everywhere. The same way that DEI, diversity. Anyway, the same way that certain stuff's been has been put in workplaces, and we need to adhere to it. Certain type of training programs that we have to go and do when we didn't even know that was an issue in the workplace, or it certainly wasn't.
I'll say on that, like, if you go back in time in your mind, right, all of us who are 35 plus, when we were growing up, television had families, right? Like Family Matters, all these family-based television shows. And as time went on, those shows went out of popularity, and in came all the Disney Kids shows and all these other channels with all their other stuff. And I think that family disappeared, or diverse families appeared, and that became more and more and more and more and more normal on television. And then, if you've noticed, I don't know if you've looked back, but like most of the Disney shows I remember nephews and nieces watching uh, a decade plus ago were all female centric. And those females are all the protagonists, all the heroes, all the best of the best, all the everything. And then you have the rise of all the female artists singing specifically about how they're so empowered. And it's possible that we had a slow burn, not that slow, but you know what I mean, trend of informing the young female minds into this space we're in now. And not just that, obviously there would have to be a lot of other things. There's a complete degradation of society as a whole, but I think that would be one thing that would lend itself to a retraining of the minds.
It's
Tool time.
I completely agree. Tool time was great, but at the same time, was Married with Children a good or a bad thing?
The parents were together.
You know what Bree's favorite sitcom was? George Lopez. I'm just joking.
No, but like,
Sorry.
I think Married with Children was
being
bad.
goofy.
I think it was bad because it showed bad relationships, but at least it showed parents that were still together.
Yeah. It showed a man going and working hard each day for his family. Well, she just spent the money. I don't think she had a job. I can't remember. Maybe she did. I don't recall.
Sorry, I'm goofing around. I'm going to jump off for a little bit. I'm just kind of goofy because I'm tired. I don't want to ruin your show, Abe.
You're fine.
Thanks
I don't
for
think
having
you can
me.
ruin it. It's the first one.
Well, I just know I'm being goofy, and I'm just going to keep being goofy because I'm a little tired.
No,
all right, brother.
Stay on the show. All right.
I'll be back. Later.
So the media. Well, I guess then you go through to the colleges and the universities. I certainly noticed, even back in the early 2000s, university, some like marketing stuff like that. Even eco. You noticed that it was amazing. It mostly came from the females in the class. A very hard leftish socialist attitude. I'm coming from an all boys school. I was a little bit surprised at how just how far left they were. It surprised me. I thought I was reasonably centre, and I was back then. And they just pump it through the universities, and these are young people. If I recall, they might have been under 40. Whether they were lecturers, doctors, whatever their qualifications were, professors.
Sleep good, cat.
Good night, cat.
Get rest.
Good night, Kuma Kitty. It's better than Kuma Cougar, okay?
That's true. Well, she's not older than me. I can't even say that, so.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying too old for me. That's all.
Do you want to come up, dude? We're just BSing. It's my first show.
Come up, bro.
As well.
And we're not breaking to you, or I haven't. This is a little bit different than Bricky's.
We're not. I'm not a wild man. In fact, I'm pushing moral standards. So, like, I'm not gonna go off acting all crazy.
Yeah, I'm all good. It's early-ish in the afternoon. Actually, I'm just looking at the clock. I've got to go do something probably in about half an hour. That's all right. That's a bit of time. I completely forgot that I had to do that. Oops. It's tricky. Just where do you start? So schooling, So I'd go and say, church back in the schools.
I agree. The
I can
the
remember
greatest
that being.
moral foundation that you could find is good, sound teaching from the church. Like I understand that they've pushed this whole narrative of the church has all this horrific stuff in it, but the truth of the matter is it's not. And they all of society knew that until recently. So that tells you something. It tells you that there's been a huge agenda to defame and destroy the credibility of the church in order to usher this all in.
That's
right. I'm not saying that bad didn't happen in the Old Testament of the Bible. I'm saying that like these are human beings. They were doing what human beings did. Did they not? I mean, and then to say like the moral foundation. Okay, the 10 Commandments, for instance. Tell me what is wrong with the 10 Commandments being in a schoolhouse.
I've said many times over the last few years that I'd like to see the 10 Commandments on every school door.
Right.
I think every school door, as you walk in, as you walk out from the classroom, you may not read it every time. You may not read it every time, but it'll be there. It'll be in your mind because you are going to read it.
Right.
I've said that for a while, and some people thought that, I won't say in another sort of internet space, but conservative MAGA space, and they thought that was over the top. They'd be like, no, you shouldn't do that. And I'm like, why? Like it's far better than. I think I've even seen large companies with advertising in schools in America, whether it be for food and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
And you don't have just basic Christian things up around the school, like it. And the 10 Commandments, it doesn't need to have a cross or anything like that on it. It can't do any harm.
You know why? You know why they won't let it up?
Well, I'd be guessing. I'm not quite sure.
It's God.
What do you think?
It's God. They don't mind the rest of the commandments. They just don't want God in school at all. They don't want it to say that thou shalt not have any other God before me. They don't want that.
So now where's that coming from? Like you could go and say now that possibly in some suburbs there may be a high religious group of something other than Christian. And so they may want to have something slightly different. I can kind of understand that.
But I don't even know.
But obviously on the majority on the majority of what is it in America? It's a high percentage of Americans that believe, or
62% or something like that.
Yeah, 62%. So there's a majority, but that will change in certain communities.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
That wasn't necessarily the case 20, 30, 40 years ago.
No.
So,
and so that bugs me too, because even if there was another religious group in the area, the word Allah means God. So like it's not even offensive to them. So like what's the problem with having that there then? It's God. They have a huge problem with God. And I could be wrong, but I have a belief that they want the state to be in place of God in the minds of people.
Yes. Yeah. Nicely put. Yeah.
And so if you
I think that adds up. Yes.
If you take God out, then the only higher power they know is Big Daddy government.
And certainly over the last, certainly in my 20 years, if I just go and take a chunk, that's pretty obvious, I think.
Yep.
They just want us to be those sheep.
Yes.
Be their sheep.
Yes.
It's I'm not sure how you get and start pulling those strings that need to be pulled, because that's high up there.
Well, I think you need extreme cultural not revolution. You need extreme cultural. I don't even know how you like. You need a cultural shift, and the truth of the matter is, like, if things continue the way that they are going, I don't know about right now because things are in weird flux right now. But I would say a few years ago, I would have said if things continue on the road we're on right now, we're going to have a choice to make, because there's going to be free fall or there's going to be moral restoration, like one or the other. And now that we're in this weird, feels like limbo land, I don't know. I hate it because it feels like everything keeps people just enough distracted. And it's like a Brave New World. You've read A Brave New World? If you keep people just satisfied enough, just content enough, they won't do anything to shake the cart because things are just good enough. And I know that's
while they go
everywhere.
No, but that is true. But and then they go and add in that. I guess the whole idea that we don't need to own things, that works in with what you're saying.
Right.
We won't own things. We'll rent them. We'll subscribe them, or subscribe to them. Pay a membership fee.
And so
rather than having
is,
our own.
We need cultural shift. We need and you know, everybody in this space knows that, like, that's what Andrew Wilson talks about. Like, we need to basically overhaul and start pushing to have families and start pushing for Christian morality again. Look, the truth of the matter is, I don't absolutely know how we get to that point, but like I said earlier too,
Hello.
households, families,
Sorry,
and in
I just dropped
public,
out.
then we can't huh?
I just dropped out for a second. Sorry.
Oh, okay. If we don't shift the individual people realizing that they are the key to everything, like every individual person needs to have moral fiber. They have to be a moral agent in the world. Then you can get a moral family. Then you can get moral children and grandchildren, and that has to grow from the individual basis. But first you have to sway people to realize where they're at. And I think most people know where they're doing wrong. Most people know that they have shame because they're doing wrong, or they feel some kind of conviction within themselves on the things they ought to be doing that are right. And so,
but sadly, I think that would require more than just some light little hints and guiding people in the right direction. I think that's going to take something.
How does an alcoholic quit drinking?
Something terrible happens, and I assume it's not worth it anymore, or I'm not quite sure.
You got to hit rock bottom, right?
Well, I guess they stop is the first thing.
Right. Well, but you have to hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like, I would say a few years ago, I would have said, yeah, I think we're on the way to rock bottom, and maybe then things could start recovering. But
if we're so well conditioned, that rock bottom's looking a lot different than what it used to.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
That's and then possibly if it's that bad at the time, people will just keep on following the government as soon as they get any little bits of handouts.
Maybe, but think about this. Can there be feminism in a third world country? Real feminism like we see here?
No.
Can there be can degeneracy on the level we see here be as easy as it is here in a third world country? Probably. But
Yeah,
what I would
I
say is,
obviously then that would depend on area and religious and different. Yeah, that's a tricky one because sometimes religion in a third world country may have a big impact on that in that they have those basic morals in place.
right.
Because even in third world countries, yeah, some pretty. Then you go and think of North Korea and stuff like that. Yeah, that some pretty
So
degen stuff happens there.
true. Okay, so what I would say is what happens, just like with people who have a really severe or terrible drug addiction, they will fall to rock bottom and they will either rebuild their life for the better or they'll get way worse. And so if we had a collapse, it's possible that from the ashes you could rebuild something that had a moral foundation. Or our other option is to take every stride we could here and now to change what we have to that before we have to fall. Because I
Well,
think
look,
if we don't, we are gonna fall.
I guess Trump got in, so maybe
True.
something similar to that. You know, it I guess that did happen to some extent.
Sure.
How long will
But
that last? How far does it go? It's still early days.
I'm going to be honest. I think that probably was good, and I'm not saying that I would have gone the other way politically, but like I don't know that a politician by their self can make any effective change when it comes to the hearts and minds of the whole of the people. I think that we could get a windfall and do well under one, but I don't think that they are the deciding factor on anything. I think okay, I'll take it this direction. Um, when Christ was put to death and then the Christians were hunted down, Christianity exploded, right? Like it literally went from that small group of people to spreading across all over the Middle East and all over Europe and everywhere else. That happened because of the force being pressed upon it. Because you couldn't do it, more people joined it. That seems very counterintuitive, but I feel like the same thing is happening in America right now. I think hatred of God, a pushing out, worshiping of the government, all of this degeneracy, all this stuff is becoming more and more and more and more. And everybody's looking at it going, I don't want this and I don't like this. I can't say everybody, but you know what I mean? A huge amount of people.
I think that's a great way to put it. Yeah, yeah,
And,
I
and
agree. It's and we're seeing that right now for sure.
right.
Whether
And
it's
it's
the circles
driving
we
them
stay
back.
in, but we're seeing it in the politics even overseas. As soon as Trump got in, we saw a lot of politicians from all sides slightly change what they were doing, and some of the tactics that they use is
Right.
similar to what happened in your elections for the
Right.
positive. So immigration and a lot of other topics that did happen when they saw someone else do it. And obviously him getting in is a bounce back from the last 5 years.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I think kind of in the same vein as that oppression that happened, then we saw a mounting weird version of I wouldn't even call it oppression. I'd call it like a informal shaming of anybody who has a religious belief, except for non-Christians. And
I
so
look. I had the strangest thing. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm not great at panels, but
You're good,
I
dude.
had something strange the other day, having a little bit of an argument with a family member, and he goes and starts shooting back these bits and pieces from the Bible. I'm like, dude, you're not that person. Like, where's this? And I'm like, oh, he's picked up on some of the stuff that I sort of hang around and talk about now. I'm like, okay, but he used it as a cheap, like, he's not in any way like that or interested in religion or politics, and he goes and uses it as like a tool basically to try and
Yeah.
persuade me in something. And I'm just like, I didn't say anything to him. I'm like, that's pretty dirty, but it means that it's made it, or people are acknowledging it as something of more importance than probably what they did 5 or 10 years ago.
Right. There's a realization that there's a wisdom within that can be used. Now, obviously, like you said, wrong usage is going to be detrimental, but the truth is that, like, it wouldn't even come out of most people's mouths in public for a while now. Like, if people,
yeah, 5 years ago, the things that you could talk about in public versus now, completely different. The dinner tables conversation. I know you were talking about dinner tables earlier. Conversations around the dinner table, and that's even changing now. I think for the better. I think.
yeah. I mean, I hope, and that's part of it too. You have to have hope and move forward with the goal and foundation beneath you to prompt change for the better. Because if we don't, like I said, I don't have all the answers, but like we have to have that strong moral foundation and push back on the things that we all know are wrong for us to move into a better time.
Yeah, and that's get them early so that you can get into peer pressure and all that sort of stuff. Because peer pressure is a thing. You're more likely to do wrong when you hang around a bunch of people that are doing wrong.
Right.
It's just how it is. And so if you've got if you've got more people doing the right thing, other people are more likely to do the right thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've certainly noticed that in places that I've lived. Different demographics in those areas, and there are some places that there's dog poo around everywhere, and there's some places that you actually pick it up.
Right.
And then there's some places, if you're further out in the country, you don't have to pick it up, and it's okay. But people are different, and yeah, I'll stay in the neighborhoods where, if it's a nice place, they pick up the dog poo, just because it's a nice thing to do.
Right, and that goes back to the whole thing of every individual person builds the family, builds the community, and if you can do that, and that's what I was saying to like Bree and them earlier. It's like you can't teach people that it's best to sleep with everyone and only look for pure, and then expect that that's somehow okay, because that's not even that gives you no real path forward. Like the truth of the matter is, if you're going to be moral and you're going to be the thing that you want to change society, you've got to also stand on the same principles you want to hold others to.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Like, we're not going to, obviously we can't be perfect, but
No.
I think you need to try. You need to try, and you need to pass that on to people around you, wherever you are, in the family, in the workplace, at the local park, whatever it might be.
Right.
It's, if you don't, you're only really doing yourself harm, I think.
Right. And also, if you make yourself that moral sounding board, that person that has the moral fiber, and other people know this, even if they look down on you at some point for it, when hard times come, when something happens to them, they do come to those moral people because they know that they have wisdom and that they can give them a strong, firm, moral answer to those questions. And that also is a way to slowly change culture to a better standing, because when people do fall, you're there.
Yeah, I think yes. Like, obviously, having good moral people around are going to help other people in making good decisions or better decisions.
With discernment, because you don't want to kill yourself helping people that will hurt you. But
obviously, feelings and all that sort of stuff come into it, and that's maturity of the population. Things, it's tricky. it's tricky. Like sometimes we don't do the best thing for us. We kind of do what we want in a way.
Humans are funny
And
creatures.
we're never going to be perfect.
No.
I guess the aim is if you had just that sort of stuff in school,
Dude, if we taught a good moral foundation throughout all the years you're in school and in the home, you have a lot less chance of like they are now.
it's tricky. It's kind of like, where do you start? Because you can't pick away at every little thing. You've kind of got to go and hit the most important. What's the most important?
Well,
what's the number one place?
Well, the home, obviously. It's always the individual person and the home. And then from there.
All right. So that would be a good couple that have children, raising them with an impression, a structure of all that sort of stuff within the home. Yeah, I'd agree. Yes, absolutely.
I mean, you think that's the best way that you can go about it is just you have to instill good moral fiber, and
so you need more parents doing that. How do you get more parents doing that? Because that's not the young generation. Now we're talking people that are. What's the average age of a parent? I don't know what it is. Is it 27 or something?
30? I think the average is high now.
So that's a bit late.
But
so that's Disney's not gonna really help us in the first place. Nope. There, how do we get them doing those things? How do we? What do they watch? What do they look at to make those?
We're looking at right now.
I suppose, yeah, for sure. That's a good point. I mean, but I guess a lot of them would be maybe not Hollywood necessarily, but Netflix, a lot of those streaming services.
Yeah. And that's like
the feeds that they get. Facebook for sure would be Facebook and a lot of those types of things. I guess the government having some say over that, rather than the company. So it's tricky because you've got to, at the same time. Then now you're controlling what people can and can't do, can and can't say.
Well, and you don't want that. You don't want the government in everything like that anyway. So it has to come from the family out. It can't be a forced top-down thing. It literally can't.
No, they've just. It's got to become what they breathe and eat. Essentially, I'm just wondering what is the best way to get into that age bracket besides what we're doing right now.
The thing I would say is like I said before, like every individual person has to be that moral agent in the world and hold to their foundations. And if people want to know who and what and why you are who you are, then you give them that answer. And my hope would be that is enough to actually effectuate some change in culture for a better forward motion. I mean, there's other things, but like we said before, it has to start in an individual person, and then that person has to do it in their family, and then that's like-minded community could also do it. It has to be that, because anything else is one, overstepping other people who should still have the right to do what their freedoms allow. But that's such a hard question to get to. Like you've heard
I agree.
Say, you've heard
it is tricky.
Like propaganda campaigns to this or that, but like I think that would work. I think that would. We've seen it work in other ways. That's why marketing campaigns exist. But like, if we're going to do something like that, you better make damn sure that it's right and that you're pushing the right thing.
It's tricky, yeah. And then back again to who's pulling the strings, who's paying for it.
That absolutely.
How do we know who's paying for it? Yeah. Hey, look, I've really got to go.
Okay.
It's been an interesting discussion. I like your takes. I like your takes.
Thanks.
I apologize if my panel etiquette isn't quite spot on and for over talking or over speaking anyone.
You're good. You're good. It's my first time. I'm just jumping on to talk to people. So
I've seen you on lots of panels. Come on now.
Yeah.
It's not usually my thing, but for the Emperor and the coom, I jumped up.
Right. K2's like, you gotta like cool. Do it.
Hey, look, we're the only two that actually voted in the election that voted Anson in as the coom Emperor.
Really?
Yeah, we are the sole voters in the first annual election of the Emperor.
I think it fits.
It's fucking terrible, but it's a good laugh. I'll give it that.
It's pretty
all right,
hilarious.
Dude. All right, somebody else jump up, Rue, or somebody like that, please. I feel a bit bad leaving him alone. I've got 3 minutes before I literally have to drive away.
Good, man. If you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yeah, no, it's anyway, fun group of people. It's nice meeting everyone. Absolutely. I enjoyed that discussion. I do like your takes. It's just it goes. That's my whole thing. Like, where do you start? What's if you walked out your front door? What are you gonna do? Like, besides the home, I agree. The home is obviously the most important. But obviously, kids spend a lot of time out of home. They spend a lot of time on the internet, even though that is home.
I think you're supposed to be a light to the world and have a reason for why. And that's what you can do. And you can make the right choices as much as humanly possible and guide anyone you can to do the same.
Yeah, without being overbearing, without being overbearing, without being, there's a way to do it for sure. And by showing by example is obviously one of the greatest ways to do that for sure. Absolutely, like that, doing the right things, not just for yourself but for others. It spreads. It spreads. It does. It's infectious, I think. When you hang around a bunch of people that do the wrong things, you're more likely to do the wrong things. People that do good things are going to spread, so other people can do good things. All right, I definitely got to go. Thank you very much for having me up, Abe. It's certainly been nice to hear you talk and see you up on panels and stuff like that. So you keep it up. Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
All right. Cheers, buddy. And chat. I will probably catch you in a little bit on another thing, but I've got to disappear for about half an hour. Everyone have a great one.
Be safe.
See you. You too.
Bye. All right. Well, this has been fun. So I'm trying to decide what I should do now. I know other people are also live right now. Still going. That was a lot of conversation. Anybody want to come up and just talk? All right. I might end and go over and see what they're doing. And try and come on again tomorrow. Thanks, everyone, for the fun. I'm probably going to head over to like BBB's or another one if you guys want to go somewhere. Thanks for the fun and the goofy chats and the random talking. Thank you, Axel. And I'm sure I'll see you guys again soon.